An Isabella Proctor Cozy Paranormal Mystery. Book 8. Written by Bouchard. Chapter 1. Grandma always said youth and beauty didn't amount to much in the long run, and, from the way Palmer was looking at me, she might be onto something. He had a way of making me feel like I was the only person he was interested in, the only person in the room. Growing up with two cousins the same age as me had often made me feel like I was one of three, and not always an individual. The aunts often spoke about the girls, rather than each of us separately. Don't get me wrong, I knew how much they loved me and how difficult being a single parent was. It must have been easier for the aunts to work together and treat us as though we were all the same. I picked up my coffee mug and took a long sip. When I set the opening time of my business to 10 in the morning, it was because I wanted to sleep in, not to race to 7 o'clock breakfast dates with my boyfriend. And yet, here I was, sitting across from him at the crispy biscuit. The February sun wasn't up high enough to warm the air, and today felt like a day for a never-ending mug of something warm. I'd rolled out of bed with just enough time to brush my hair and teeth, get dressed, and meet him in my parking lot. No time for makeup, but it didn't seem to matter to him. February always brought out the winter doldrums in me. Not enough sun, not enough fresh air, not enough of anything that made me happy. I'd taken to spending more time in my heated greenhouse, breathing in deeply the earthy scent of living plants, and even that hadn't helped much. Palmer waved his hand in front of my face. "Hey, are you listening?" I frowned. "Sorry, I drifted off for a minute. I told you I wasn't great first thing in the morning." "What were you saying?" He flashed me a grin. "Drink more coffee, it'll help." I took another sip as he repeated his question to me. "What do you want to do for Valentine's Day? And do you even celebrate it?" I'd never celebrated Valentine's Day with a boyfriend before. What do I want to do? How about a cruise in the Bahamas? I need some bright, warm sunlight. And no, we don't celebrate it, but it's not like it's off limits. St. Patrick's Day is right out, though. Emma stopped at our table with breakfast. I'd ordered orange buttermilk pancakes with citrus syrup in an attempt to capture a tropical feeling in my day. "Here you go," Emma said. "Let me know if you need anything else. And Isabella, I'd love to catch up today. Do you have any free time?" Emma and I had been friends since 6th grade, and, in all that time, she'd never asked to catch up. She usually just launched into whatever she wanted to say. "I'll be at the apothecary all day, why don't you stop in when your shift is over?" She smiled. "You bet. I'm off at 8. "I wonder what that was about," I said to Palmer after Emma walked away. Palmer took a bite of sausage and shrugged. "Don't you two talk a lot?" I took a bite of pancake and closed my eyes. The tropical flavors reminded me of long sunny days on the beach. Not as often as you might think. I can't get that much time off, but let me look into something a little more local. I hadn't expected we'd go on a cruise. We weren't at the shared vacation stage in our relationship. That was just wishful thinking. Something closer to home would be great. You plan fantastic dates and haven't failed me yet. We continued to eat, but I could tell there was something he wanted to ask me. Out with it. He looked uncomfortable. "It's not a question for here. I'll ask when we're done." That was intriguing. Was it a personal question, a sorority question, or which question? Did he have something entirely different on his mind that I couldn't imagine? I ate more of my pancakes. The sooner I finished, the sooner I'd find out. "Have you got any interesting cases going on?" "Nah. Seems like no one wants to go through the effort in the cold. Kate and I are working on some shoplifting cases, but that's it." How's business at the apothecary? It's good. Tea sales are through the roof, and it's hard to keep anything with cinnamon in stock. Mackenzie and I are spending today bagging loose-leaf tea so people can buy it right off the shelf. He put his fork down, his breakfast eaten. Cinnamon? It's great for winter. If you've got just a bit of cinnamon, you get that feeling of warm baked goods. If it's a stronger flavor, it's spicier and you can feel heat on your tongue. I'll make you some and you can see what I mean. My pancakes were gone, and the citrus had made me feel a little sunnier on the inside. I was counting on spicy cinnamon tea to do the rest for me today. Palmer dropped money on top of our bill. It was a very rare date that I got to pay for. When we first met, I was basically broke, working 2 jobs to make sure I could pay bills every month. With each passing month, I was getting closer to what the internet told me was an average detective salary. In another year, I might make more than he did. I waved to Emma as we walked out. I'll see you later on. I wrapped my arm around his and looked to see if we were alone on the sidewalk. Now that we're out here, what did you want to ask me? He pulled his scarf up. If you want to go somewhere warm and sunny, why not just teleport yourself there? I laughed. I thought you had a serious question that I should be worried about. It's hard work to teleport and, the further you go, the more problems you have. I can't teleport myself anywhere yet, and it would be exhausting for Jameson to bring me that far. He steered me around a slushy puddle. But what about when the sorority members went to and from California? I can't imagine how difficult it was for them. I suppose if I needed to go somewhere, my mother could take me, or Grandma, but can you imagine me asking Grandma to take me on a vacation? He frowned. But she'd be on vacation too. He had a good point. Maybe it's just not a thing my family does. I'll have to ask. I opened the apothecary door. Are you ready for some fantastic tea? He stomped the snow off his shoes and followed me in. You bet, I'd like the spicier one, please. I started my morning routine of putting my things away, lighting Trina's candle, and saying a few words to her. Today I was self-conscious talking to a lit candle, but I did it anyway. Hope it's warm and sunny where you are, Trina. I don't think we've seen the sun for 2 weeks at this point, and I'm in serious need of sunlight. Palmer waited respectfully until I was done speaking. Do you talk to her every day? I turned to him. Yes. I started because I missed her so much and had no idea how to run this business. I was scared, and talking to the candle and her photo helped me imagine what she'd say to me. He looked around the apothecary with the new displays I'd installed to hold the expanded inventory. Looks like it worked. I think she'd be proud of you. I know I'm proud of you. You've done amazing things here, made a place for yourself in the sorority, and helped me solve more cases than I'm comfortable admitting to, and you're still just you. I smiled. I come from an old New England family, and random compliments aren't a part of everyday life for us. What do you mean I'm just me though? You're still kind, still thoughtful, still fun and funny, and even though you've seen a lot of death, it doesn't seem to have affected you too badly. Unless you're not telling me. He was right. The death I'd seen hadn't fundamentally altered my outlook on life. Does that make me weird? Shouldn't I be more affected than I am? Because I'm not holding out on you, no nightmares I don't tell you about, and I'm only worried when we haven't caught someone yet. He picked up a piece of quartz and inspected it. Have you ever considered joining the police, officially? You've got the right mindset for it, and I bet having the chief and me as references would get you in. I shook my head. Absolutely not. I'll stick with the sorority. I started to make hot cinnamon tea for the day. Not that I don't like working with you on cases, but I like having a few things to focus on. Maybe that's why I'm okay with all the violence, because it doesn't take up my whole day. I also have to spend a lot of my time thinking about new tea blends, or what I need to order for the shop, or how the cats are doing, or any of the other 100 things I have to keep track of in my day. I don't have time to obsess over murders once they're solved. I handed him a mug. I like it best plain, but if you don't, there's cream and sugar on the table. He sipped and his eyes flew open. Once he swallowed, he started to cough. Spicy! I warned you, I said, taking his mug back so he wouldn't spill the tea. I see what you mean about it keeping me warm. This would be perfect for a cold winter stakeout. I handed him his mug. I bet it would. How many stakeouts do you do? Not many. I leave them to Papatoni's. I reached up to take a box of the tea off the shelf. Here. Give this to him with my thanks. He took the tea and pulled me into his arms. This is exactly what I mean. You're incredibly thoughtful and that hasn't changed. I turned my face up to his. We weren't a kiss in public kind of couple, but we've had our moments. His lips brushed mine, and the door chimes rang. We moved apart, and I turned to greet my very early customer. Chapter 2. Oh, sorry, Emma said. I'll wait outside. We quickly separated. Don't be silly. Come on in. Palmer gently shook the box of tea. I'll bring this to Papatoni's this morning. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Once Palmer left, Emma squealed. You were kissing. I poured myself a mug of tea. Want some? It's spicy. Emma took her coat off and draped it across her messenger bag. I'll take some, but tell me about the kissing. I handed her the mug and poured another one. It was just one little kiss. We've been dating for a while now, and I think it's about time. She followed me as I walked to the back of the apothecary. You can put your coat and bag in the office, then we're going to work in the prep room. You two always look so platonic whenever I see you. It's hard to tell you're a couple at all. I pulled down 4 boxes of tea ingredients and set them on the counter. Emma must not have been paying close attention, because Palmer had a look that he reserved for me. A look that said I was all he was paying attention to in the entire universe. Just because we aren't all over each other in public, doesn't mean we're not a couple. I know, it's just, I want you to be happy. She sat on one of the stools. And speaking of happy, I've got something I want to talk to you about. Her grin was off the charts huge. Let me guess, a boyfriend who kisses you in public all the time. She opened the box of lavender in front of her. Better than that. I turned to her and laughed. 2 boyfriends who kiss you in public all the time? That seems like it could be a problem if they don't know about each other. She pulled the lavender out of the box. Would you get serious for a minute? I've changed my religion. I didn't see that coming. Emma had never been a particularly religious person. She had a Christmas tree every December and an Easter basket in the spring, but that was about the extent of it. What was your religion before? I don't think I even know. Episcopal? Presbyterian? One of those where I never even understood what the title meant. But Christian anyway. Okay, so what are you now? I asked. I want to see if you can guess. My new religion is more free-form, where you find the things you believe within you instead of being told what you should believe. That was an easy one. Unitarian Universalist. Not even a challenge. No, but I can see why you'd think that. My new religion is much more egalitarian. There's no guy up at the front of a church telling us we're all sinners. I used a scoop to measure out cinnamon from the box in front of me. Are you a Reformed Jew? She shook her head. No. This religion is much more earth-centric, no monotheistic tendencies. I thought for a minute. This was getting tougher. Are you Hindu? Emma laughed. No. You'll never guess, so I'm just going to tell you. I'm a Wiccan. I almost dropped the scoop of cinnamon I was measuring out. You're what now? I'm a Wiccan, and I belong to a fantastic new coven. This was bad. Very, very bad. The coven system had been abandoned in favor of family-based groups because the power dynamics were too complicated otherwise. The closest thing witches had to covens these days was the sorority, but we were more of a watchdog group than anything else. Emma didn't know that no self-respecting witch would describe her group as a coven. A knot formed in the pit of my stomach because I knew someone was trying to take advantage of her. I just didn't know if I was dealing with a witch or a garden-variety con man. Do I call you a Wiccan, or a witch, or what? We prefer the term Wiccan, she said solemnly. Witch has such ugly connotations, don't you think? I didn't, but I wasn't going to tell her that. I pushed the boxes out of my way and sat on the stool next to hers. Can I ask you questions? I don't know anything about this, so don't hate me if I sound stupid, okay? She beamed at me. Of course not. Anger is not our way. Ask me anything you want. Anger is not our way? Someone should let Grandma know that. How did you find this coven? I haven't been happy lately, and I wondered if being a waitress was all my life had to offer. Was there more to life, or could I make my life more meaningful? I nodded. If I hadn't been an apprentice and then inherited the apothecary, I'd have the same thoughts she had. One morning, a guy left me a flyer along with my tip. It was an invitation to visit the coven and see if it was right for me. I figured, why not? The meeting was in a hotel conference room. How dodgy could it be? An excellent question. I didn't think she'd like my answer though. Okay, so you went to the meeting. What happened that made you think it was for you? Did you ever meet a person and just know you were going to be friends? You just clicked, and that was it? That's how I felt about Winslow. And it's weird, because he's old, at least 50, and not the kind of guy I'd ordinarily pay attention to unless he was a customer. Could he do magic? Like, did he have real powers that he showed you? She took another sip of her tea. Our coven is devoted to more mental talents. He read my mind and told me about how I was seeking a fresh start in life, and how I felt my parents didn't always understand me. It took all my energy not to roll my eyes at her. Whoever this Winslow was, he was just a garden-variety scam artist. Pretty much everyone at our age felt that way. Did he ask you for money? She frowned at me. Of course not. The coven isn't like a regular church that needs so much money for buildings and payroll and flowers and everything else. We're an earth religion, and Mother Earth provides for us. Now I was confused. How did Mother Earth provide a conference room? I don't know. It didn't occur to me to ask. Anyway, there were 10 of us in the meeting, and 4 of us decided to join. Can you show me your magic powers? Like, can you do stuff that most people can't? Not yet. But I practice every day, and I think I'm getting better. My first task is to choose a goal, meditate on it every day, and create my own spell to get what I want. That seemed like the standard advice from every mindset guru, right down to the positive affirmation being relabeled as a spell. What's your goal? My goal is to remove all the plastic from the oceans. Certainly a worthy goal, but probably not something she could do with the power of thought alone. And while any set of words could be a spell as long as the intention behind them was clear, that only worked for witches. This man was taking advantage of her. Still, I couldn't let her see how much I disapproved. That's a good one. How are you going to do it? Her eyes went wide. I can't tell you my spell. We're supposed to keep those a secret. I nodded seriously. I understand. Do you think your spell will start working soon? No. There are steps we have to go through before we can expect any of our spells to start working. I'm on the first one. She took a deep breath. Which brings me to why I'm telling you all this. Part of my growth and learning in the coven is to talk to others and bring them to a meeting. Each one of us needs to bring in 2 other people, so that we've got the magic number of 13 in the coven. Winslow says that's when we'll see our power start to show. Oh, Emma, I don't know about that. You know I'm not a religious person. But think about it, you're an herbalist. You should feel right at home with the whole Mother Earth vibe the coven has. She wasn't wrong there, but I didn't want to tell her Mother Earth and I had already met. On the other hand, maybe Palmer could do something about the guy who recruited her, Winslow. I was getting a strong multi-level marketing vibe from her coven, and I was afraid Emma would be in too deep by the time he started asking for money. You know what? Why not? I can't guarantee that I'll join, but I can at least go and listen to him. Emma jumped off her stool and gave me a hug. Thank you. I just know you're going to love him. The next meeting is Friday at 7 at the Marriott. I'll be there too, so you won't have to worry about being alone. Before I go, can I do any research on your coven? I'd love to see what I'm getting myself into. I've got a flyer for you to read, hang on. She grabbed her bag from my office and pulled out a printed page. The first line read, "Join the coven." Wait a minute, your coven doesn't even have a name? Not yet. We won't choose one until we have all 13 members. I kept reading, but there was nothing useful until I got to the end, where the meeting location, time, and date were listed. I'll be there. She grinned at me. Thank you. Do you think your cousins would be interested in going? I could go chat with them about it too. I thought about that for a minute. I didn't want to drag them to some ridiculous coven information session, but it would be good if I went with some backup. They might. They don't open until 10, so go ask them later on today. And that would give me time to call them and let them know they needed to say yes to her. You're the best. I'm going to let you get back to your work, and I'll at least see you on Friday. I hugged her. Be careful. I'm not sure this sounds like a legit religion. I worked until 10, assembling and heat-sealing tea bags. I let in a short, stocky man once I changed the door sign to read open. Good morning, are you looking for anything in particular? Is the owner here? I'd like to speak to her, he said, opening a folder to show a flyer for Portsmouth Palmistry. I was impressed he didn't assume the owner was a man. I'm Isabella Proctor, the owner. How can I help you? He ran his hand over his balding head before handing me a flyer. I've just opened my business out on Lafayette Road, and I was hoping you'd let me put some flyers by your register for people to take. As he spoke, his voice cracked and his hands trembled a tiny bit. I didn't start the apothecary from scratch, but I knew how nerve-wracking it could be to have the weight of a business on your shoulders. Add to that, Lafayette Road was busy, but didn't get the kind of foot traffic Market Square did. If his signage was small, he'd be overlooked in a sea of national chains. Sure, I'll take a few. Can I get you a mug of tea to warm up? I walked toward the back of the shop and he followed me. That would be nice. He scanned the shop. This is a nice business. So light and airy. It's a good vibe. I poured him a mug. Hot cinnamon. It'll keep you warm if you're walking to other shops in the area. Do you do all the readings yourself? He set his folder down, took the mug, and wrapped both hands around it. I do for now. I learned from a real master, and he says I have a natural talent. He took a sip of tea and made a face. You weren't kidding. Maybe some sugar? Help yourself. I find cream and sugar makes the tea taste more like a cookie. He added 4 teaspoons of sugar and filled the mug to the top with cream. I was surprised he didn't spill any as he took another sip. Much better. I could do a reading for you, if you'd like. Our family had a policy on this. We never had our fortunes read by anyone who didn't know we were witches. That's not the kind of secret we wanted getting out, and a truly talented fortune teller would be able to see our power. I looked at this man and didn't recognize him. Are you new to the area? He drank more of his tea. Oh, no. I've lived in Portsmouth all my life. If he'd lived here all his life, and I didn't recognize him, I doubted he had any power. I wouldn't need to worry about him seeing my true future, but I wasn't going to risk it. It's very kind of you to offer a reading, but as you saw, I just opened and I need to get ready for my customers. I picked up his folder and took 10 flyers. I've got a few customers who would be interested in having their fortunes told. I'll make sure to tell them about you. He drained his tea and held his hand out for the folder. Thank you. I appreciate it. Can I return the favor for you? I gave him his folder. I've got business cards you could hand out. I specialize in teas and other herbal remedies. My customers tell me I make a great sore throat tincture that doesn't even taste gross. He nodded in appreciation. That's not easy to come by. I'll be sure to let my customers know. I set his flyers down next to my register and handed him some business cards. 10% off with the card too. I waved as he walked out the door and down the street. I doubted much would come from our exchange, but I didn't want to turn down a chance at new customers. Chapter 3. I worked my way through an impressive list of products to make, all while pondering Emma and her change of religion. It just didn't make sense to me. What was this Winslow guy's angle? Was he just drawing them in more before he asked for money? Did he actually think he had magical powers and could somehow teach the other coven members to have them too? That's just not how magic worked. I left the apothecary at 7, giving me enough time to get to Proctor House for my sorority meeting. I wasn't looking forward to another meeting where we went around and around about the fate of Jennifer and her 4 new kittens. I would bring up Winslow and his coven and see if anyone else had heard of him. Maybe, if Emma was lucky, he was harmless and I wouldn't have to worry about her. Thea and Delia didn't think that would happen though. They were as worried as I was when I called and explained Emma's situation. They readily agreed to come with me on Friday night. I'd ask Palmer about him before Friday too. I wasn't sure he'd run an official background check on someone for me, but he could at least let me know if he'd run across Winslow before. Hope had decided she liked meeting in person so much that we'd given up our virtual meeting format, and now every meeting was at Proctor House, because I was the only witch who couldn't teleport. And because Aunt Nadia always cooked for us. I opened the door to find the kitchen full of my family, laughing and eating. Aunt Nadia handed me a cup of coffee as soon as I took my coat off. It's going to be a long meeting. Have you had dinner yet? I hadn't. Had I eaten lunch? I must have, but but that's right, Alex brought me lunch. I told him he shouldn't worry about me or spend his money on me, but still he brought me lunch at least once a week. Not yet. I'll take care of that, Aunt Nadia said. I sat at the kitchen table. I heard the weirdest thing today. My mother lifted her eyebrow in question. Emma has joined a coven. Now both Mom's eyebrows were raised. What on earth? I shook my head. I know. She's excited about it and thinks I'd be a great fit, because apparently I give off the right vibes. She invited me to her next meeting. Thea and Delia are coming with me. Aunt Nadia busied herself putting together a plate of food for me. It's not a real coven, is it? We haven't had covens for several generations. Who would want to leave their family group and start working with strangers? Grandma asked. Aunt Nadia warmed my dinner plate with a spell. If it wasn't Emma, I'd tell you to watch out, because it might be a trap. A trap? I doubted that for a few reasons. First off, Emma and I were friends. She wouldn't do that. But even if she was being manipulated, who knew I was a witch? Okay, well, there were a few people, but they wouldn't suddenly decide to capture me in this weird, roundabout way. No, I couldn't see that it was a trap. We should be okay, I promise we'll stick together. What do you think Emma's gotten herself into? Aunt Nadia asked. I shrugged. I have no idea. All I know is she said she doesn't have any magical powers yet. She did say her main goal was to help the world. She said she's learning to create her own spells, but she won't get good at them until her coven is full. And what exactly does that take? Aunt Nadia asked. I took a bite of shepherd's pie before I answered. And here's where I know it's not anything having to do with real magic. Apparently there are 4 people in her coven, plus the guy who's in charge. He says each of them needs to bring 2 more people in, so there will be 13 people total. Aunt Nadia chuckled. So, it's like an MLM? I grinned. I'd thought the same thing. If I went on Friday and he said I needed to bring in 2 people, then I'd know it was a scam instead of just a misguided attempt to gain magical power. Could be. I rolled my eyes. What had my friend gotten herself into? Grandma put her fork on her plate. I don't like it. It could be dangerous, and you shouldn't go without more backup. You girls need someone to watch you from outside the meeting. Backup? I wanted to laugh and tell Grandma we'd be fine, but she had good instincts. Maybe you all can go and drink in the bar. The meeting is at the Marriott, which is why I didn't think there'd be much danger. Don't have to ask me twice, Grandma said. Haven't had a good martini for a long time. My mother brought her plate to the sink. We'll all go. It might be nothing, but I'd rather hang around in a hotel than worry about you being set up. I ate more and listened to Thea and Delia talk about how they wanted to focus their company on haunted tours. Haunted tours are the only ones that sell out, and we can run them all year instead of just waiting for October. Delia was waving her fork around as she spoke. Portsmouth is leaning more into its history, as far as tourism goes, and we don't want to miss out on that opportunity. If we don't do it, someone else is going to swoop in and take the idea, Thea said. Aunt Lily brought her plate to the sink and rinsed it. I think it's a good idea to try. You're not making any decisions that you can't change later, so why not experiment a little and see what works? The aunts had been equally in favor of my expanding the products I carried in the apothecary, for the same reasons. No decisions were permanent and, if something didn't sell, I wouldn't need to make it again. Tell me you're going to have a midnight walking chorival downtown. Delia grinned. Of course we are. with stops off at a local bar or two to warm up. Aunt Nadia sighed. Hardly seems like working at all. I finished my dinner and rinsed my plate. I'm going to wait for the sorority meeting in the living room. I want to think about how to, or even if I should, tell them about Emma and her coven. I sat in front of the crackling fireplace, the heat and aroma of burning wood relaxing me. Should I tell them about Emma? Should I wait until after Friday to see whether there was anything worth telling them? It could be one big hoax that had nothing to do with magic or witches. But if that was the case, then maybe I should bring it up to Palmer. Emma might be getting pulled into a scam that she would find it hard to get herself out of. Are you going to talk about Emma with the sorority? My mother asked from the door. I turned to look at her. No. I don't want to make a big deal about it until I see what happens on Friday. Maybe it's nothing but a scam. But if it is, then I should get Palmer involved, or at least Kate. The guy who runs the coven, Winslow, he's got to be in it for the money somehow, right? Who's in what for the money? Hope asked. I hadn't seen her appear in front of the window. The rest of the sorority started appearing around the room as well. I stood. We usually met in the dining room. I think Hope liked the formality of it. So much for not bringing the topic up in tonight's meeting. My friend Emma. She might be in a little trouble. The rest of the sorority stopped talking and turned to me. Is she a witch? Anna asked. I looked to each of the sorority members and saw concern on their faces. We'd all made a lot of progress getting along recently. Hope had invited in Anna Blackwing, the leader of the California sorority, and a few of her witches to help us learn to get along. It didn't turn out well for her, and the only thing we learned was that we were lucky Hope didn't cast a secret spell of compliance on us to keep us behaving properly. Since then, our petty squabbling had looked foolish and, with some gentle prodding from Hope, we'd become a group of women who could work together effectively. I had hopes for more, since each of the witches in my sorority now looked concerned about my friend. Maybe someday we'd all be friends too. She's not, but she told me earlier today she's joined a coven. Before anyone could ask more questions, Hope told us all to sit. We may as well meet here, and this fire is toasty. The great thing about Proctor House was that every room had a fireplace. When the house was built, servants made sure the fires burned all day long and that we had enough wood. As witches, it was a flick of the finger to start the fire, or put more wood on it. We sat and Hope told me to explain Emma's situation. She came to the apothecary this morning to tell me all about her new religion. She joined a coven and was now a Wiccan. Christina snorted. I know it's laughable, but she doesn't know the coven system was dismantled. The person in charge of her coven, Winslow, has informational meetings on Fridays at the Marriott. Thea, Delia, and I are going, and the rest of the family is coming along as backup. Let me guess, Esther will be drinking in the bar, Hope said with a wry grin. Claire kicked her boots off and stretched her toes toward the fire. I haven't met any witches named Winslow, has anyone else? No one had. That didn't mean he wasn't a witch, but he wasn't a member of any of our families. My plan was to go to her meeting on Friday and see what it was about. If I saw any magic, I'd call in the sorority, and if I didn't, I'd talk to Palmer. Unless anyone thinks we should do something sooner? Helen leaned forward and took an apple from the bowl Aunt Nadia had left for us earlier in the day. How could we? We don't even know who this guy is. It was easy to tell Helen was the most recent member of the sorority, and that she had very little experience with the kind of work we did. I could go to the Marriott and ask to see their surveillance tapes. I could talk Palmer or Kate into coming with me to make it look official. We'd know what he looked like, and we could find out if he had a room for the night. If he checked in, we could get car and home address information, too. Helen's face flushed and she looked away from the group. Oh, right. I didn't think about that. Sasha, who was sitting next to her, said, "Don't worry, we all had to learn a lot when we joined the sorority. You'll pick it up. Let's see what happens on Friday night, then decide," Hope said. The sorority ate dinner and reported on their work over the past week. I still didn't have a specific job with the sorority, and I wouldn't until Jameson said I was ready. Chapter 4. My phone rang as I poured hot water in the mug with winter bliss tea in it. The refreshing smell of peppermint mixed with chocolate and almond followed me as I grabbed my phone from the living room. "Good morning," I said, happy to see Palmer's face announcing his call. "Can you be ready to go in 10 minutes? So much for my relaxing morning at home." "Sure." "Breakfast date at the Crispy Biscuit?" "No. It's work." "Don't eat yet, you might regret it." "I'll pick you up outside in 10. I didn't know what was going on, but I didn't like the sound of that. "No problem. I'll be there." I finished dressing and poured my tea into a travel mug. I wasn't sure if he considered tea part of eating or not, so better not to risk it. I knocked on Jameson's door. "Palmer called and is picking me up in a few minutes. He says it's a work thing. Do you want to come?" He didn't invite me to open the door, so I stood there wondering if he'd heard me. After a moment, he said, "No. If it's important, you can report back." "I need more sleep." He wouldn't need so much sleep if he didn't insist on staying up all night, but who was I to tell a 200-year-old cat how to live his life? I closed the apartment door and rested my hand on the frame, double-checking my wards. Still strong, and no one had challenged them. I don't know how he heard me in the hall, but my next-door neighbor, Bruce, opened his door and looked around. "Oh, it's you. You going to loiter in the hall all day?" "Someday, Bruce, someday. If for no other reason than to annoy you." "No, I'm heading out." "How about you? Any plans to leave your apartment today?" He closed his door with a thud. I guess he was getting sensitive that I'd realized he never left the building. It seemed to me like he sat by the door and listened for any little noise so he could investigate it. I'm not sure why, because I'd only seen him leave his apartment once, to bang on my door. It made me wonder, though, how, or even if, he took his trash and recycling out. I'd have to pay closer attention later on this week. For now, I needed to get outside. Palmer pulled up in a cruiser not long after I got outside. "Good morning," I said. His face was set in a scowl. I pulled my seatbelt across my body and locked it. "Are you okay?" He pulled the cruiser out of the parking lot before he said anything. "It's not a good day. I need you to make a preliminary ID on someone, and it might not be easy for you." It wasn't easy for me, and I didn't even know the victim all that well. I gripped my travel mug tightly. "Who is it?" "I can't say." "You need to tell me who it is." I blew out a deep breath. No one had called me earlier this morning to report a missing person, but, still, could it be a member of my family? "You'd say something if it was family, wouldn't you?" "It's not family." I forced my tense shoulders to relax. My worst fears were discounted. So, who could I identify that he couldn't? Maybe a customer? What if Mr. Reed slipped on the ice and broke his hip? If it was late and no one noticed him, he might have frozen to death. I shuddered. I didn't like the idea of anyone perishing like that. Many of my customers were older, and I hoped it wasn't any of them. We drove in silence for 5 minutes. He didn't speed, or turn on the lights, but I could tell by the way he was driving that he wanted to get back to the crime scene as soon as possible. This left me continuing to think about who was dead. It couldn't be my landlord or his wife, because I wouldn't be the logical person to make an identification. It's not someone from California, is it? He shot me a quick look before passing a slow-moving minivan. Now's not the time for 20 questions. The deep tone of his voice worried me. He'd seen enough murder and that it didn't affect him much anymore, but whatever he saw this morning bothered him more than he was letting on. I stared out the window, trying to work out where we were going. Sorry. I'll wait until we get there. Minutes later, he pulled into the town cemetery. My heart sank and I thought I understood why he told me not to eat. Did he want me to identify someone they'd just dug up? Someone who had been in the ground for a while? I clamped my lips together, just in case. The back corner of the cemetery was empty grass with no stones erected yet. 3 police cars and the medical examiner's van were parked on the dirt path, blocking the crime scene from the street. Palmer parked behind the van. This might be difficult. Or it might not be. I'm not sure how you're going to handle it. Kate's here, and so am I. Ready? I was not ready. Not anywhere near ready. What had happened out here that had him so upset? I craned my neck to see what was going on, but there were too many officers in the way. I won't get more ready just sitting here, so let's go. Once I got out of the car, I could see a sheet covering a body. What kind of body? I didn't know. Recently dead? Starting to decompose? My stomach began to roil in anticipation of what, and who, I had to look at. What's the procedure for vomiting at a crime scene? He stopped walking and took my hand. The procedure is not to. But we've got a bucket just in case. Try not to hit the victim or anything that looks like evidence. I took a deep breath and nodded. It's just that I've never seen a decomposing body before, and I'm afraid I won't take it well. He squeezed my hand. You won't be seeing one today either. This is maybe just a little weird. That's all. I shook my head to get zombie-like images out of it. Okay. Let's go. Don't get me wrong, I don't like looking at people who have just been murdered either, but at least I was used to that. Kate was waiting for us, standing quietly near the body. Are you ready? We need to know if you recognize this person at all, or even if they remind you of someone. Okay? Even if they reminded me of someone? That wasn't a real identification. What was going on here? I'm ready. Kate knelt and folded the top of the sheet down so I could see the victim's face. She looked like she was in her 90s, but I didn't recognize her. I don't recognize her. She's not a client of mine, and I don't think she's a friend of my family. I've never seen her before. I'm sorry. Palmer put a hand on my shoulder. Does she remind you of anyone? Someone you know? Maybe a familial resemblance? I turned back to look at him. What kind of identification is this? Now that we're here, can you tell me what's going on? Take one more look and then I'll explain everything. I turned back to the body. She didn't look like a Proctor as far as I could tell. She didn't remind me of anyone in the sorority, or any customers. I'm sorry, I can't see a resemblance to anyone I know. Palmer handed me an evidence bag. The name tag inside it was from the crispy biscuit, and it said Emma. I turned to Palmer. I don't get it. What kind of weird prank is this? Palmer took the bag back. We found it in her pocket. Kate pulled the sheet over the victim's face and stood. Can you call her cell phone? I pulled my phone out of my bag and dialed Emma. A phone rang in one of the cruisers, and Papa Tony's brought an evidence bag with the ringing phone to us. She had Emma's phone, had her work name tag in her pocket. I think I can see a little family resemblance, but I didn't know her nearly as well as you did, Palmer said. Emma wasn't named after her grandmother, was she? Kate asked. I had no idea. My phone rang and startled me into almost dropping it. I looked at the screen, it was Emma's home phone number. Should I answer it? I asked Palmer. Yes, but don't tell them where you are or what you've seen, he said. I connected the call and tried to keep my voice from shaking. Hello? Isabella? This is Karen, Emma's mother. So much for my wish that Emma was calling to say she lost her cell phone. I wondered if Emma spent the night at your house last night. We don't generally keep close tabs on her, but the biscuit called, and she didn't show up for her shift this morning. I closed my eyes. No, she didn't stay at my apartment. I'm sorry, I can't help you. That's all right, dear. I've got a long list of her friends to call. Good luck, I said feebly before I hung up. I felt the blood drain out of my face as I looked back to the covered body. Maybe it was Emma after all. My vision began to narrow as Palmer grabbed me. Hang on there, no fainting on the job. He lifted me into his arms, and I let my eyes close. Was Emma really dead? I couldn't believe my friend, who I just talked to yesterday, was gone. She'd been so excited to tell me about her new coven and her desire to help clean the ocean. I knew she wouldn't be able to do any of those things with the fake magic her coven leader was peddling, and I was prepared to help her get over her disappointment once she realized he'd been using her. But this? I had a hard time believing this could be Emma. We just saw her yesterday. She looked normal then. This has to be some horrible joke. It can't be her. I stepped away from Palmer and moved the sheet to take one last look at the corpse on the ground. Kate pulled the sheet back over the dead person's head. Did she have any tattoos? Any distinguishing marks you can tell us about? I shook my head. She'd wanted a tattoo of an octopus, but hadn't worked up the nerve to get it yet. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise, Palmer said. But we don't even know if it's her, I whispered. I didn't have strength to speak louder. Palmer took my hand and led me away from Kate and the other officers. That's our first task. We'll figure out if it is her, then find her killer. This looks a lot more like your kind of crime. Chapter 5. He brought me to his cruiser, and we sat in silence until I could pull myself together. He picked up my mug of tea. Have some of this. You'll feel better. I took a sip and set the mug down carefully. That can't be her. She's my age. Palmer frowned. The reason I called you in right away is that the sorority might want to get involved with this case. No one at that age, with what looked like severe arthritis, would be waitstaff in a busy place like the Biscuit. I think someone used bad magic on her. Whether she's Emma or not, you've got to admit it looks like she was purposely and artificially aged. I agreed. There was no way, outside of time and possibly mummification, to make a person look as old and dried up as the victim was. There's more to look at once you're ready. I wasn't ready to go back out and keep investigating. Do you have any idea who might have hexed her, or do you want me to figure that out? He looked out toward the victim, then back to me. Is that what we call this? A hex? The sun streaming through the window warmed the cruiser. I unzipped my coat before I started to sweat. Yes. Hexing someone is always evil, there's no good way to hex a person. Palmer sighed. I have to ask you the usual questions. Did she have enemies? Did she know witches other than your family? Who do you think would have wanted to kill her? I took another sip of tea. Want some? He shook his head. Too much coffee already today. I was feeling antsy. I didn't want to just sit and talk. Can we get out of here? At least walk? He opened his door and got out. I followed suit and we walked toward the street, away from the crime scene. Emma wasn't much different outside of work. Maybe a little more goofy, but she was nice all the time. I can't imagine someone wanting to hurt her. We turned at the front fence and walked along it. Did she know any other witches? Maybe someone from the fraternity? Not that I know of. But there is something I should tell you. Emma came to see me yesterday after her shift. She said she joined a coven and become a Wiccan. He looked confused. Is that a thing you can do? I was under the impression that you kept magic in the family. We do. There used to be covens, but there aren't any more. The only people who talk about them are ones who don't know any better. People who watch too much TV and don't do enough research. He guided me to the fence surrounding the cemetery. So, when I hear people talking about covens, I know they have no clue? Yes. She invited me to go to an informational meeting this Friday and I stopped walking. And what? He asked, almost running into me. I wanted to keep my composure, not fall apart in the middle of a cemetery with the Portsmouth PD looking on. And when I asked last night at the sorority meeting if they thought I should investigate, we all decided to wait until I checked out the Friday meeting before I took any steps. My legs went weak and I found myself on the ground, Palmer not quite quick enough to keep me from falling. It's my fault. I should have looked into this coven last night. I should have stopped work the second she told me about it and explained how dangerous playing around with magic, even if it's fake magic, can be. Tears ran down my face, and I didn't even try to stop them. Palmer sat next to me and pulled me close. Not your fault. Like you said, anyone talking about covens doesn't know what they're doing. Yes, it is. I could have prevented this. I could have insisted we keep her safe at Proctor House. Instead, she met someone in the middle of the night, in a cemetery, and they took her life. I turned my face into his shoulder and sobbed great, racking sobs with shudders and a runny nose, but he just held me close. He said nothing as I let out my despair, anger and guilt. When I ran out of emotion, he kissed the top of my head. If there is one thing I know about you, it's that you never, ever leave a person in danger. You go out of your way to keep people safe, even people who hate you. Like Hester. Not a great example, given what happened to her. Like the homeless guy you have living next to your greenhouse. I looked up at him. You know about Alex? He wiped the tears from my face. Of course I do. He tracked me down to let me know he was your new security guard and told me I didn't need to worry about you so much anymore. I had no idea Alex had done that. And do you worry less? Palmer chuckled softly. I don't worry about the apothecary being broken into. There's something about Alex that makes me think it would be dangerous to cross him. I straightened up and decided it was time to get back to work. You said there was more you wanted me to see? He looked toward the crime scene and back to me. It's not important. I think I should bring you home. Maybe your cousins can come spend the day with you. Now he was just babying me. No. If there's more to see, I won't be able to relax until I do. Take me to the rest of the evidence and then I'll go home. He didn't look like he believed me. Do you promise? I promise I'll go home and stay there, or go to Proctor House until at least this evening. Palmer stood and reached his arm down to help me up. I doubt I could get you to agree to anything more, no matter how hard I tried, so okay. I took the napkin he offered me, wiped the tears off my face and blew my nose. It sounds like we both believe she's Emma. Are you going to do some sort of testing to make sure? He put his arm around me, and I was grateful for the support as we started to walk back toward the crime scene. We'll talk to her parents and ask for a few strands of hair from her brush. I looked up at him. You can't let them see her like this. They'll never understand. We're a ways away from having them come in and identify her. Can you remove the hex and make her look like she used to? Even if it's just for her parents? I thought about that for a minute as we walked down the gravel path. I'm not sure if I can remove the hex, but I can make her look normal for her parents. They don't need to see her like that. We arrived at the scene as the medical examiner's van drove off. If you look carefully, you can see lines dug in the snow. We've got pictures, and it looks like someone drew a pentagram in a circle. I felt out of my depth with this kind of spellcasting. I started to walk around the large circle until we were away from the other officers. That's not the kind of magic I use. This circle is used to protect those standing in it from anything outside of it. It's a barrier to evil magic. We continued to walk around the circle until I came to a patch of snow that had no lines dug into it. What happened here? Palmer pulled out his phone and started swiping through photos until he came to the one with the smooth spot. Looks like the person who made the circle deliberately skipped this portion of it. I was afraid of that. This untouched patch of snow was farthest away from the street and between two of the pentagram points. The circle was useless, then. It wasn't protecting anyone. Palmer frowned. Making this a deliberate murder? I shook my head. There's no way to know with people who are play-acting with magic. If one of them had real power and didn't know it, they could do a lot of unintentional damage. I was starting to feel exhausted. Was there more to show me? That's all for today. Are you ready to go home? I nodded. It's been a lot to deal with before breakfast. And I'd have a lot to think about for the rest of the day as well. I can't stay with you today. Do you want me to call someone? I started to walk back to his cruiser, anxious to get home and away from the cemetery. Thea and Delia. They knew Emma, too, and will want to help. We'll bring the aunts and grandma in once we've talked everything through. I shuddered. Whoever did this is cruel and strong, and we should all be afraid. Palmer put me in his cruiser and made a call before he got in. Thea and Delia were at my apartment when we got there, worried looks plastered on their faces. What's wrong? Thea asked before I had a chance to get out of the cruiser. You're not hurt, are you? Should we call the aunts? Delia looked me over. She's not hurt, but she's upset. She looked at Palmer, then back at me. What happened? Palmer came to my side of the car and took my arm. Let's talk inside. He would be inspecting the apartment to make sure no one had broken in, and even though my wards prevented it, I felt more secure knowing he'd check too. Of course, the four of us walking down the hallway caused Bruce to open his door and, as he said, see what all the racket was about. We weren't even talking, yet somehow we were too loud for him. Someday I was going to have to ask Mr. Subramanian about him. At my door, I said, we all need to go in, or else Bruce will start asking questions. Palmer scowled. Okay, but stay by the door until I clear the apartment. I opened the door and stepped in. I felt nothing different about my apartment. Jameson came out of his room, took one look at me, and said, What happened to you? You've only been gone for an hour. Palmer walked through the apartment, rattling windows, opening closet doors, and I bet he even looked under the beds. "It's safe, you can come in." Delia walked to the kitchen. "Tea for everyone, then you'll tell us what happened." Thea helped me with my coat, which I could have managed by myself, then she led me to the couch. "Sit down. I'll be right back." She returned from my room with the quilt my family made me, and bunny wiggles. She handed me the stuffed animal I'd had since I was a baby and wrapped the quilt around my shoulders. "If you need to go, we've got it from here," she told Palmer. She walked him to the door, and the two of them had a short whispered conversation. I didn't even try to hear what they were saying. All I wanted to do was sleep, then wake up to find this was a horrible dream. Palmer left, promising to check in with me once he had more information. Thea promised the same, then closed the door. Delia brought over tea and they sat, one on either side of me. "Spill it," Delia commanded. I squeezed Bunny Wiggles for strength and told them about the morning. I didn't do a good job explaining what happened, because they were too confused to be upset for Emma. "Let me get this straight, you don't know if the victim was Emma or not?" "It could have been someone else in her uniform?" Thea asked. I hoped it was someone else, but my heart knew I'd probably seen my friend laying on the snow. I'm trying to stay positive. No matter who it was, we need to get involved. I didn't feel any magic in the circle, but the world won't care. They'll see a pentagram inside a circle and think witches. Or Satanists, Delia said. "Not much difference between the two for most people," I said. We sat in silence for a minute before Thea started to get restless. "What are we going to do about this?" I took a sip of my tea. I'd like to talk to her parents and see if they have any insight into what might have happened to her. The only problem is I can't, not until after Palmer talks to them and can confirm who the victim is. Thea stood and stretched. "We need more information. You can't tell me you're not going to investigate, no matter who the victim is." I hadn't thought that far in advance, but she was right. I am. We are, I mean. Delia put her arm around me. Of course we are. And if we want information, we need to talk to Grandma. Chapter 6. Thea started the car. If we go to Grandma, she's going to have a million questions for us. I think we should go back to the scene and see what we can find out. The image of the dead old woman came to my mind. I didn't want to go back, but we needed to know as much as possible before we talked to Grandma. Okay. It will be easier to sense if magic was used without so many people around too, Delia said. Thea pulled out of the parking lot and we headed to the cemetery. I tried to remain calm, but it was much tougher to be a hard-hearted investigator when the victim may have been one of your friends. We pulled into the cemetery. "Where should I go?" Thea asked. "Toward the back left, the crime scene is past the stones and into the empty area by the trees," I said. We drove by a few people tending the gravestones of loved ones, but, for the most part, the cemetery was empty. I told Thea where to stop and my heart sank. There were so many footprints in the snow, I wasn't sure we'd find any clues. "No crime scene tape?" Delia asked as she opened her door. I followed her out of the car. "I guess not. It looks so normal. If you didn't pay attention to the prints in the snow, you'd never know the police were here investigating a death earlier this morning." Thea locked the car and we walked toward the scene. "That's so sad, it seems like there should be something here, some sort of notice that a bad thing happened. It's like the world is already forgetting a woman died here." I found part of the circle in the snow and pointed it out. "Here's the circle, and in it was a pentagram." We started walking around the circle. And here's the spot where the circle wasn't joined. Who makes a protective circle and doesn't join it? Delia asked. A person strong enough to kill with magic would know better than this. It must have been deliberate, Thea said. I scanned the snow but couldn't find any traces of the pentagram amid the boot prints. This spot was halfway between 2 points on the pentagram and is the closest to the woods. If we need to look at it, Palmer took pictures before it was trampled over. Delia scanned the woods. Do you think someone was out there? I shrugged. If they were, they didn't approach the circle, there's no footprints leading to it. Delia sniffed. It's so senseless. Emma was such a nice person. I don't understand why someone would want to kill her. I put my arm around her. Sometimes there's no good reason. All we can do is work to find the killer, whether the victim is Emma or not. Thea walked toward the woods, and Delia and I hurried to catch up with her. Did you see something? Delia asked. No, but the tree line is a great place to hide and watch. And it's far enough away from this morning's activity that we could feel if any magic was cast from here, Thea explained. As we got closer, I could see a patch of tamped-down snow under a spindly pine tree. Look. I pointed. Someone was standing there. The tree's branches started at 8 feet off the ground, so there was plenty of space for someone to stand under them. We stopped in front of the tree and peered into the woods. I don't see any footprints going back into the woods, Delia said. My mind was starting to put things together. The person out here under the tree must have been a witch, because the only way to get here without leaving prints would be to teleport. But the group within the circle were most likely all non-magical coven members. No real witch would have started dangerous magic without inspecting their circle of protection first. That's just not something you trust others to do for you. Given that someone had died, the witch in question had to be evil, and my money was on them being a part of the fraternity. So what was the fraternity doing propping up a coven of wannabe witches? Thea, Delia, and I held hands. Jameson, Jules, and Jessamine had been making us practice using our powers together to strengthen our senses. We extended our senses, and I felt traces of magic. Do you feel that? Thea took her glove off, bent down, and touched the compressed snow. I can feel magic, but nothing specific. Delia opened her eyes. Really? You can't feel something bad? Like something dangerous was here? I shook my head. I couldn't feel anything like that, just a faint trickle of magic. No. I can, and I think we should go talk to Grandma. This spot is giving me the creeps. By the time we got to Proctor House, Delia had calmed down. I was surprised Aunt Nadia wasn't in the kitchen when we opened the door. She'd left a plate of mocha chip muffins for us and a note saying she'd be gone for the day. The aunts had decided to go into Boston to the Museum of Fine Arts. Looks like it's just us, I said. And me, Grandma said from the hallway. I sat at the table and grabbed a muffin. I had skipped breakfast on Palmer's warning and was starving. We need your advice. She walked into the room and sat next to me. Must be bad if the sorority member and police consultant needs my help. It is. But Grandma, you're the smartest witch I know, and I can't imagine not needing your help. The best thing about coming to you is that you don't sugarcoat anything. If I'm wrong, you tell me. If a situation is bad, you tell me. Grandma smiled. Not that you always take my advice, but I don't suppose I always took advice when I was your age either. Thea poured 4 mugs of coffee while Delia set cream and sugar on the table. This is a bad one. Evil magic, dead woman, people pretending to be witches, Thea said. Grandma took a sip of her black coffee. Tell me everything. I told her everything about the crime scene I saw with Palmer, then Thea and Delia told her everything they saw. Grandma sat back and stared off into space, thinking. I finished my coffee and reached for another muffin. When Grandma was done thinking, she looked at the three of us and frowned. You're right. It's a bad one. How soon will you know if it was Emma or not? Palmer didn't tell me he'd call, but I assumed he would. I don't know. I expect Palmer to call when he gets the results of the DNA analysis. Until then, I'm hanging on to the hope it might not be her. Delia stood and brought the coffee pot back to the table, refilling our mugs. Even if it isn't our Emma, we still need to investigate. We can't let people run around pretending to be witches. She was right, but I regretted pulling them into the investigation. This was a sorority issue. Maybe Hope would be able to ease them out without hurting their feelings. Right. Or let witches run around using this kind of magic to harm other people. I jumped at the knock on the kitchen door. Grandma waved a finger and the door opened for Palmer. One look at his face told me everything I needed to know. It was Emma, unnaturally aged, at the cemetery. Tears streamed down my face as he sat in the chair Grandma vacated for him. I'm so sorry. I hoped it was a cruel trick, but it wasn't. I leaned into him, letting his voice soothe me. And now I need your help. I continued to sob quietly for my friend. Grandma, however, was all business. She sat across the table from Palmer and began peppering him with questions. Who have you got for suspects? Have you seen anything like this before? Did you check the FBI database for other crimes like this? Have you spoken to her family yet? What did they have to say? I'm sure she could have gone on, but I held my hand up. Give him a minute, Grandma. Delia handed me a paper towel. I wiped my face and blew my nose. After a deep, shuddering breath, I was ready. Okay, we're going to catch this guy and, if he's a witch, he's answering to our laws. Cauldrons and curses, that's the kind of backbone I like to see in my girls, Grandma said. Hang on there, I'm not sure I can get behind that, Palmer cautioned. I shot an angry glance at him. How exactly do you think a court would convict him of murder? Should we explain to the judge that Emma was killed with magic? How quickly can a case get thrown out of court? Whatever the record is, this case would beat it. His eyes were flinty for a moment, but he realized I was right. Fair point. And honestly, it would never get to court to begin with, because I couldn't make any charges stick. He'd walk away without any consequences. Agreed. So we'll let the sorority handle his punishment. And then I realized I had no idea how we did that. Did we have a witch jail? I didn't think so, otherwise we wouldn't have had to ward all the prisons in the country to keep witches from escaping. Palmer took a muffin, then took his notebook out of his pocket. The first thing I'd like to know is how this happened. Was it a potion, or a spell, or something else I don't even know about? Thea, who looked a little teary, said, You start, Grandma. Tell us everything you know about this kind of magic. She looked intensely at Palmer. We don't normally tell non-magic people this much, so don't spill our secrets all over the place. He nodded. Aren't there spells to keep me from talking about things I shouldn't? There were, but we'd seen that kind of coercive magic with Anna, and that's not how the Proctor family or the New Hampshire sorority of Bridget behaved. If Grandma was going to use a coercive spell on him, she'd never have told him to keep our secrets. Stephen, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I could make you do anything I wanted, regardless of how you felt about it. Palmer's expression didn't change, but his shoulders stiffened. I'm not going to do that. You've proven yourself to this family, you've gained our trust, and now it's time for us to work together. He nodded. Thank you, ma'am. Grandma snorted. Ma'am? You can call me Esther. Mrs. Proctor if you have to. Maybe someday you'll call me Grandma, but we'll have that conversation another day. I couldn't believe she just said that. The only reason he'd have to call her Grandma would be if we got married. I pushed that thought right out of my mind. I had to focus on finding Emma's killer. Based on the girls' descriptions, I know what happened to Emma. The spell, the Vitality Siphon, is designed to strip the life from a person or people. It's one of the most evil spells created, and I've never heard of anyone using it. Palmer leaned forward and rested his arms on the table. So we're looking for a witch who is sick or old? Or would someone do this proactively when they were still relatively young and healthy? Delia set a mug of coffee in front of him. Have another muffin, detective. Maybe she should have taken my old job at the Fancy Tart. Grandma shook her head. The problem is, the magic is so evil, you wind up burning through all the life energy you take just to repair yourself. In the end, you don't gain any extra time. That's the real reason no one uses the spell, it's not worth it. Palmer took the last muffin on the plate. What about the person watching in the woods? How do they fit into the crime? Thea asked. Palmer set his mug down. The who? Thea, Delia, and I went back to the cemetery to look around. Someone had been standing under a tree right at the tree line. We could feel traces of magic that had been used, and Delia said it was evil magic. Now we get to why I'm so worried about you girls. You have to promise me not to go out alone until we catch Emma's killer, Grandma said. I didn't want to promise, because I spent a fair amount of time alone. Thea and Delia were almost always together, so they most likely wouldn't mind. Does Jameson count? Of course he does. Once you fill him in on what's going on, he won't leave your side, Grandma said. I wasn't sure that was true, he had his own life to lead, after all. Okay, I promise. There's another way to cast spells, by using a proxy. Like a puppet. You channel your magic through the non-magical person, and they pay the price for your spells. The witch pays a small price for using another person, but nothing like they'd pay for the worst spell. Oh bats, Thea whispered. That's why the circle wasn't joined. The witch under the tree used someone, maybe Emma, as their proxy and was able to do horrible magic without paying for it. Palmer sat back. You're going to call the sorority in right away, aren't you? I nodded. I'd already talked to them about Emma and her coven, but they weren't worried about it. Now it was time for me to make sure they knew what was going on. It's our job. And having more powerful witches in town will make sure everyone is protected. At least more protected than if they weren't here. How much safety could 7 witches offer to a town of 20,000? Do you remember telling me you could help with Emma's parents coming to view the body? Palmer asked. I did. I can't reverse a spell this strong though. I looked to Grandma. Maybe if we were all there, and the cats, too. But you don't need to reverse the spell, just use a glamour, Grandma said. Emma's parents are coming in to identify her this afternoon. I didn't want them to see her like that. Even with the DNA confirmation, they may not believe it's her. If they said it wasn't her, she couldn't be buried and her parents would cling to a false hope. A glamour is a piece of cake. When will they be there? He nodded. In an hour. But I'm not sure that's going to be enough. The coroner will be there, and she's bound to ask questions about why they think this 95-year-old woman is their 21-year-old daughter. I don't have any solution for that. Grandma stood. Leave that to me. I'll take care of the coroner. Isabella, you cast a glamour on Emma. Grandma was going to take care of the coroner? You're not going to hurt her or anything, are you? Absolutely not. I'm going to be a confused old lady, looking for her husband. As soon as Lucy gets near me, I'm going to clamp onto her arm and not let her go until she brings me upstairs to get help. She looked at Palmer. It's your job to get their signatures or whatever paperwork needs to be done and hustle them out fast, before she brings me up to the psych ward. No magic necessary. I stared at her. I'm not sure if that's genius or the worst idea I've ever heard. She took her coat off the hook by the door. What are we waiting for? You don't want them to get there before us, do you? I looked to Thea and Delia for help. They shook their heads to tell me I was on my own. We're going into work. Call if you need us. Chapter 7. Grandma, Palmer, and I arrived at the hospital before Mr. and Mrs. Ross. We parked and waited for them to arrive. Before we got out of the car, Palmer asked, "Are you sure you can do this, Mrs. Proctor?" I snorted. Could Grandma make a ridiculous nuisance of herself? Only on days that ended with a Y. Grandma rolled her eyes. Of course I can. And if it all goes to Hades, we can do a little memory adjusting and call it a day. I'm getting in position. You two stay out here and wait for the family. Isabella, you tell me when I need to go to the morgue. I stiffened when she talked about memory adjusting and hoped Palmer didn't notice. Grandma left the car and I moved into the front seat. This is a mess. It is. But the chief doesn't want anyone to answer questions about why she looked so old. Will you have to be close by every time they see their daughter, or can you cast one spell on her, or them, that will last until it doesn't matter anymore? I'd thought about that on the drive. I could cast a spell on Mr. and Mrs. Ross, but what would happen if they chose to have an open casket funeral? Lies, even with the best of intentions, made life so much more complicated. It depends. I can take care of her parents today. It's all going to come down to their funeral plans. An open casket will mean I need to cast more spells during the calling hours and funeral, but I can do it. It's the least I can do, since I didn't protect her when she was alive. Palmer put his hand under my chin and turned my face to his. It's not your fault. Even if you had checked out this coven, I doubt an evil man intent on sucking the life out of young women would saunter up to you and introduce himself to you like that. He was right. I knew he was right. But it was going to take a long time for my heart to believe him. How do you do it? How do you put aside feeling guilty about people dying on your watch? He smiled gently at me. I catch the people who are responsible and make sure they can't hurt anyone ever again. Just like you and the sorority do. But yeah, when you've got an open case, the pain is real. I use it to drive me to work harder, outthink the bad guys, and it hasn't let me down yet. I bit my lip. But what about when it does? I don't know if you can tell, but Grandma is afraid. I've never seen her even think about being afraid before. Not going to happen. You, me, your family, the sorority, Jameson and the kittens, we're going to make sure it doesn't. I don't think anything in the world is stronger than our weird group of crime fighters. I smiled. He was right, we were a weird group, and not even all human. An unmarked cruiser pulled into the parking lot, Officer Papatoni's behind the wheel. That's Emma's parents. Let's go. I sent a quick telepathic warning to Grandma. All right, Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my close-up, was her response. I opened my door. Grandma's ready. Let's slow walk them down. We walked toward the cruiser and waited for the Rosses to get out. Isabella, is that you? Mrs. Ross asked. I folded her into a big hug. I'm so sorry for your loss. Detective Palmer and I are here to take you downstairs. I let her go and hugged Mr. Ross as well. But why are you here? Mr. Ross asked. Detective Palmer asked me to come to the crime scene this morning. He knew Emma and I were friends. I thought you might like to have someone with you today. Mrs. Ross squeezed my hand. Thank you, dear. Is it really, are you sure? I nodded. She brushed a tear from her eye. We can go whenever you're ready, Palmer said. Officer Papatonis will wait here to drive you home. Mrs. Ross looked from me to Palmer. I'm not sure I'll ever be ready. Mr. Ross put his arm around her. Take as much time as you need. There's no need to rush. We stood outside in the cold for a few minutes, trying not to stare at Emma's mother as she summoned up the courage to go inside. Where are you? Grandma asked. It's taking a little time for Emma's mother to be ready to go inside. Stall longer. Grandma didn't respond, so I hoped she was hard at work with poor Lucy. Finally, Mrs. Ross was ready. Okay, let's begin. She strode toward the hospital, as though she only had a little strength and wanted to get in and out before it failed her. We're on our way in. We rode the elevator to the basement in silence. One of Lucy's assistants showed us to a viewing room. The shades were drawn and, if we didn't know Emma was on the other side of the window, it would have made for a pleasant small office. Palmer took her clipboard. I'll take care of the paperwork. I'm sure you're busy today. We have strict guidelines. I need to wait for the coroner to come back, she said. I know. Where is Dr. Probst? Palmer asked. She's helping a confused patient and should be back any minute now. That wasn't good. I began to sway. Isabella, dear, are you okay? Mr. Ross asked. If we could just get this over with? I looked at the assistant. Please? I tried to imagine getting sick all over the carpet, and my face must have shown what I was thinking. Yes. I suppose if the detective is here, everything is in order. There's a bucket in the corner if you need it. She rushed out and entered the room on the other side of the window. Palmer took the cord for the blinds in his hand. The first thing we do is I raise the blinds. You'll see a person on a gurney, fully covered. Only when you say it's okay will she move the sheet down. You'll see her face only. One of you needs to nod and then I'll put the blinds down. Mr. Ross put his arm around his wife. Are you ready? She nodded, and I cast my spell on the coroner's assistant to make her immune from the glamour I then cast on Emma. It was times like these I was glad I trained to use magic without grand gestures or a wand, because that would have been difficult to explain. The spell settled on Emma's parents and, from now on, whenever they saw Emma's body, they would see her as the young woman she used to be. I also wove just a touch of calming relaxation into the spell, because they'd always been kind to me, and now I was in a position to return the favor. Palmer raised the blinds. Mrs. Ross let out a small sob. Take your time, Palmer said. We're just viewing now, keep it up, I told Grandma. They're going to commit me if I keep this up much longer. I'll get you out, I promise. Just keep going. I'm ready, Mr. Ross said. Palmer knocked on the window and the assistant pulled the sheet down from Emma's face. I wished I'd cast the calming part of the spell on myself, because she looked almost mummified now. I let out a small sob, upset that the spell that had killed her was still working. Both parents nodded and Palmer lowered the shades. Thank you. I know this is a difficult time. Officer Papatonis will drive you home as soon as you sign some paperwork. Mr. Ross took the clipboard and scrawled his name somewhere near the bottom. I doubted anyone would care if he was on the signature line or not. Without seeming to rush, Palmer ushered them out of the viewing room and into the elevator. We're heading upstairs now. Do you need me to come get you? I'm in the security office. Send Palmer for me. We'll be there in a few minutes. Try not to antagonize security any more than you have to. We walked the silent couple outside to their ride. Papatonis helped them into the car and drove off slowly. I rested my head on Palmer's shoulder. That was difficult. The spell? No, watching their pain. I can't imagine having to look at your child like that. He put his arm around me. Hopefully, you never will. I knew I would. We didn't talk about it, or even think about it much, but my family had a curse. Proctor women gave birth to twins, and one always died young. If I had children, I would definitely bury one far too young. I shook off my gloom. Grandma's in the security office. She wants you to get her out. Palmer rolled his eyes. They're going to laugh at me, you know. I was surprised I didn't hear yelling as we approached the main security office. She must be on her best behavior. He opened the door and she jumped up from her chair. I told you he was my ride. The guard looked at Palmer. You know this woman? I rushed to her side, the model of a concerned granddaughter. She's my grandmother. Has she caused any trouble? Not enough for a psych hold, barely. Next time you want to visit someone here, do us all a favor and leave her home, okay? I nodded gravely. I'm sorry she was such a problem. I turned to her. And we're going to have serious words about this when we get home. Grandma looked appropriately contrite, and the three of us walked out of the hospital. Everything work out on your end? Grandma asked. Yes. Her parents are on the way home and won't ask questions about the magic that killed their daughter. Chapter 8. The next evening, Thea, Delia, and I went to pay a call on Emma's parents. Emma had been an only child, and we hoped they might take comfort visiting with us and sharing stories about her. We pulled up to her house at 7, and no one else seemed to be there yet. Mrs. Ross said tonight, right? I asked Delia, who had spoken to her on the phone. Thursday night at 7. It's not like I'd forget something this important, Delia said. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be critical. She turned to face me. Don't worry. We're all on edge right now. We should go in. They're probably sitting there, waiting, hoping people will come, Thea said. She was right. I knocked on the Ross's front door and the solemnity of the moment hit me. These people, who had been so kind to me when I was growing up, were dealing with the worst loss any parent could have. Mrs. Ross opened the door. She'd taken care to pull her hair back in a chignon, but her face showed how she was truly feeling. The deep, dark circles under her eyes and her paler-than-usual skin told me she hadn't slept well last night or taken care of herself since the viewing. She gave us a little smile. Girls, I'm so glad you came. Please come in. She opened the door widely, and we walked past her to the living room. She'd put out snacks and drinks. Once she closed the door, we each hugged her, then moved to Mr. Ross, who was standing at a makeshift bar. Can I get you girls something to drink? He asked. We each chose soda. Even if you're not 21, if there was ever a day for a drink, today's the one, he said. He wasn't wrong, but I'd spent some time earlier in the day meditating and didn't want to add a depressant to my day. I looked from Mr. Ross to Mrs. Ross and didn't know what to say to them. It didn't help that I felt a twinge of guilt over hiding their daughter's real cause of death from them. Delia saved me from having to start a conversation. We're all so very sorry. There's nothing we can say or do, except be here for you. Mrs. Ross sat on the couch. Thank you, Delia. You three girls were always good friends to our Emma. You must be upset as well. Girls, please, have a seat, Mr. Ross said as he sat close to his wife and rested his hand on her leg. Mrs. Ross picked up an old photo album. I thought you'd like to look at some photos we have from when you were all younger. Isabella, you're in quite a lot of them, and Thea and Delia are in some, too. She opened the album and turned the pages until she found the photo she wanted. Here's one of all four of you. She turned the album so we could all see the picture. It was the four of us at the town water park. We couldn't have been much older than 11. I remember that day. We had so much fun playing in the water, Thea said. I remembered that day, too. Even though we'd slathered on sunscreen, we went home with terrible sunburns. I may still have tan lines from the terrible burn we got that day. We all chuckled. I remember how brave Emma was when she went down the big water slide. Mr. Ross smiled. She screamed all the way down and wound up with a mouthful of pool water. She's lucky she didn't choke on it. I nodded. That's what had happened to me, too. I thought I'd drunk the entire splash pool. Mrs. Ross flipped the page and found another photo. Oh look, here we are camping with your family. She held up a photo of us four girls, the aunts and herself. Mr. Ross must have taken the photo. Look at how grubby we are, Delia said. There was so much rain that weekend, do you girls remember? I think it took 3 washes to get all the mud out of Emma's hair, Mrs. Ross said. It had been a cold, miserable early June weekend full of rain. Of course, our tents were warm and dry on the inside, but we couldn't extend that protection to Emma's family. Still, they managed to have a fun weekend despite the weather. I'll never forget how hard I tried to get that fire started and nothing worked. Then along came your mother, Thea, with a little white birch bark and presto. The fire started, and we were able to keep hot coals going all weekend. If it hadn't been for her, we'd have been eating sandwiches and cereal all weekend. Hang on there. While it was true white birch bark would burn when wet, it wouldn't keep coals burning all weekend. Maybe we did extend as much protection to Emma's family as we could. Mom loved to camp when we were younger, and I think she knows every trick in the book to keep us warm, dry, and well-fed, Thea said. Would you mind if I used your restroom? I asked. Of course not, dear. You know where it is, Mrs. Ross said. I left the living room with a smile on my face. It had been a fun weekend of camping. I walked up the stairs to Emma's room. If anyone asked, I just wanted a quick peek. I opened her door and was relieved to find it didn't look like the police had been rummaging through it. I was sure they'd been here looking for clues, but at least they left the room in good condition. I closed my eyes and reached my senses out, searching for anything with a telltale magic feel to it. I felt nothing and was disappointed. I didn't bother looking in the hiding spots the police would have already found, like between her mattress and box spring. Instead, I went to the back of her closet and pulled up one of the floorboards. Bingo! I found her journal. I sat on the floor and began to page through it. She'd started this journal over a year ago, so I flipped to the back and checked the date on the last entry. It was dated last week. I set the book on the floor and pulled out my phone. I snapped photos of each page, starting from the back and moving toward the front. When I reached last October, I put the journal away. I needed to get downstairs before I got caught. I heard the creak at the bottom of the stairs and panicked. I didn't want anyone to see that I'd been in Emma's room. Should I use a cloaking spell? Should I be honest and get caught? What excuse would I use for invading the family's privacy? I opted to cause the least grief I could and cast a cloaking spell. I slipped out the door and past Emma's mother. I rushed downstairs, skipped the creaky first step, and cast a quick illusion spell so no one would notice me leaving through the front door. I closed the door, dropped the illusion, and knocked on the door. Mrs. Ross opened the door. "Oh, there you are. I was looking for you." I gave her a wan smile. "I needed some fresh air. Sorry to worry you. Come back in and sit down. I'll make you some tea. We're all having a difficult time now, and the best thing we can do is take care of each other." I followed her into the kitchen. She poured water into the kettle and put it on the stove. "It can't have been easy for you, identifying Emma like that." It wasn't. But I'm glad Detective Palmer called me. At least I spared you 2 days of worrying where she was before you could file a police report. She took a store-brand tea bag from a box in the pantry and put it in a mug. I made a mental note to bring them some tea from the apothecary. At least she had someone who loved her there. The tea kettle whistled and she poured the hot water into my mug. Now she's alone in the basement of the hospital. She put the kettle back on the stove. Her shoulders hunched as she faced away from me. I rushed to her and put my arm around her shoulder. "I know it seems like a cold and uncaring place, but I promise you, it isn't. I know both the coroners, Lucy and Max. They treat their patients with the utmost care and respect. They care about them and work with the police to get you the answers you deserve." She took a deep breath and straightened up. "Thank you, dear. You've done so much for us already, but could I ask for one more favor?" I wasn't sure what she would ask for, but after reminiscing over photos, seeing Emma's room again, and watching this normally strong woman break down in front of me, I knew I'd say yes to anything. Once she turned to face me, she asked, "Do you think you and your cousins could help me choose an outfit for her? She's in her work uniform, and I don't think she'd like to spend eternity tied to the crispy biscuit." I couldn't help but give her a small smile. As much as she liked her job, I think you're right. Of course we will. Did you want to do this right now? Mrs. Ross patted the tears off her face and gathered herself together. There's no time like the present. Mr. Ross said he'd rather stay downstairs to let other people in, so the 4 of us went upstairs to look through Emma's clothing. "Tell me what you had in mind," Delia said. Mrs. Ross sat on Emma's bed and smoothed the quilt on top of it. "I want something she'd like to be remembered in. Something she wouldn't mind wearing if she came back as a ghost." Delia sat next to her. "I didn't know you believed in ghosts." A look of sadness and hope crossed Mrs. Ross's face. "I never did, but now I hope." Delia, the cousin with the most empathy, had done an admirable job holding herself together, but this was too much for her. She started crying, Mrs. Ross started crying, then Thea and I started, like dominoes falling in a row. I stepped out to the bathroom to find a box of tissues. Downstairs I heard Mr. Ross opening the door to more visitors. I blew my nose and splashed my face with water. I wanted to stop crying before I went back in to help choose the outfit Emma would like to wear most. When I had collected myself, I crossed the hall to Emma's room and handed out tissues. "You've got more guests." If you'd like to go downstairs, we could pull a few outfits together for you to choose from. Mrs. Ross stood. Do you mind? I'll be back once I spend a little time with whoever is downstairs. Delia stood as well. Take your time. There's no need to rush for us. Once Mrs. Ross went downstairs, we started to go through Emma's clothes. I pulled a soft, warm taupe sweater from the closet. Let's not put her in a white blouse. I think she'd haunt us if she did. Why? Thea asked. That's what she wore to work. Let's put her in something cozy and nice. Delia chose a light pink summer dress from the back of the closet. I've always loved this dress on her. I did too, but it seemed wrong to dress her in summer clothes when it was so cold outside. What are you going to pick? I asked Thea. She flipped through the clothes in Emma's closet and stopped at a worn blue cardigan. This looks like the thing she wore the most. If we're picking clothes with the idea of what she'd like to wear in the afterlife, I pick this. We each completed the outfit we thought Emma would like to wear and spread them out on her bed. I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted, I said. Thea and Delia nodded. I'd like to go home and relax in front of the fire for a while, Delia said. I'm still going tomorrow night to the coven meeting Emma invited me to. I'd really like it if at least one of you came with me. There's no way we'd let you go alone, Thea said. Not after what happened to Emma. We're not supposed to go anywhere alone, remember? I rolled my eyes. Since when did we follow every rule Grandma made for us? On the other hand, this murder hit too close to home, and we were all shaken by it. Chapter 9. Thea, Delia, and Grandma picked me up from the apothecary Friday night at 6. You're here early. I was going to meet you at home. No chance, Grandma said. No going anywhere alone. I thought it odd that Palmer kept showing up at random times of the day, and then I realized what was going on. Grandma had recruited him to make sure I wasn't walking around town alone. He'd never let on that he'd gone over to the dark side, working with Grandma. We need to go over the plan before any of you get out of this car, Grandma continued. I'll be in the bar. You three will be in your meeting. Lily is disguised as a maid and will be cleaning the halls near your meeting. Michelle has the room directly above you and will be listening in on everything. Nadia is going to pretend she's from catering and will interrupt your meeting to keep an eye on you. What? No National Guard? I asked. Nothing they can do that we can't. If you feel like you're in any danger, you sing out. Telepathy, regular voice, making an awful nuisance of yourself. We've got you covered. Seeing Grandma worried was rattling my nerves. Do you really think this Winslow guy will try anything in the hotel? There's a lot of potential witnesses around. Grandma flashed an evil grin. He'll never know what hit him if he tries anything. We arrived at the hotel and waited in the lobby until our meeting time. Grandma went straight to the bar while the three of us watched people going in and out of the building. We ignored Aunt Lily as she spent an inordinate amount of time vacuuming the lobby carpet. Finally, at 7 we stood and walked to our conference room. I opened the door and was surprised to see an older version of the man who left his fortune-telling flyers at the apothecary. Good evening, ladies. A flash of recognition crossed his face. How nice to see you here, Miss Proctor. I frowned. I'm sorry, have we met? He looked disappointed that I didn't remember him. I'm Winslow Warren. I run the terror shop on Lafayette Road. I was in your shop earlier this week. This man had been in my shop. He looked a good 25 years older, with a few wisps gray hair, deep wrinkles on his face, and sloped shoulders that indicated he couldn't stand straight anymore. He might be a murderer, so I decided politeness was called for here. Of course you were. I'm so sorry. I've had a couple customers take your flyer already. He smiled and I saw his yellow, broken teeth. I hadn't noticed them when he was in the shop, so I assumed these changed as well. It's always slow when you first start out, but I have faith word will spread. I realized I was leaving Thea and Delia out of the conversation. These are my cousins, Thea and Delia. Emma invited us to meet her here tonight. She made your group sound so fascinating, Delia gushed. The idea that she could use, she lowered her voice, magic to affect the world is amazing. I thought she was laying it on too thick, but Winslow basked in her praise. She held her hand out to shake his and I almost hissed at her. Instead, I pushed her toward the table. Let's sit. We didn't know how the spell that killed Emma was cast. If all it took was a touch, we'd be too late to find out after a handshake. Delia glared at me, but didn't lift her hand up again. The three of us sat, and I took the time to really stare at Winslow. He definitely aged over the past few days, and I wondered if he'd been in the same summoning circle Emma had, but somehow missed taking as much damage. 3 other women arrived together and were surprised to see us there. Winslow introduced them as Faith Anderson, Gwen Dawson, and Rose Llewellyn. I wondered what these 3 middle-aged women were doing in a coven with Emma, but realized they had the same tired, worn, aged look Winslow had. I smiled at them to hide my discomfort. We'd found the people who were with Emma when she died. Winslow pasted a fake smile on his face. I guess we're just waiting for Emma to arrive, then we'll get started. Faith turned as pale as the silver streak in her hair. Emma, she said weakly. I'm sure she'll be along soon, Thea said brightly. She promised she'd meet us here. Rose looked nauseous. When did you talk to her? Thea looked to Delia. Tuesday? Or was it Wednesday she came into the office? Maybe yesterday? Now that was just cruel. Emma had died late on Tuesday night or early on Wednesday morning, and we all knew it. Thea was taunting the coven members. No wait, it was Tuesday morning. I'm sure of it, Delia said. She was so excited about your group and was certain we'd love it too. Thea looked around theatrically. In fact, I'm surprised you didn't bring people with you tonight. Gwen, whose skin looked slightly gray, rushed out of the room. Should I go get her? Faith asked Winslow. He shook his head. No, I'm sure she'll come back in just a moment. We sat in silence for a very long minute before I decided now was a good time to start asking about the coven as though I was interested in joining. Can you tell me what this coven's all about? Is it real, honest-to-goodness spells and witchcraft? Winslow took a deep breath and sat across the table from me. It is. We meet regularly to perform rituals, cast spells of protection, and once we've filled to our 13 members, we'll even have other Wiccans come in and teach us new spells. I forced my eyes open wide. Wow. How many covens are there? I mean, are there a lot of witches around? Because other than Emma, no one has ever told me they're Wiccan. He nodded as he listened to me. I think you can understand why. There's a lot of religious bigotry in this country, and the witch trials of 400 years ago don't seem that far away when you may be next. Tell me about it. My family knew exactly what he was talking about. Except he wasn't a witch. I double-checked, but the only magic I could feel in the room was coming from the ceiling. From my mother listening in on our meeting. That's terrible, Delia said. But you'll never change people's minds if you don't let them see you as who you really are. They've got no chance to get to know you're an honest, kind person. Gwen returned to the room and Faith stood to help her back to a chair. Are you okay now? Faith asked. Gwen nodded. I'd like to get home soon, though. Maybe we could begin our meeting without Emma? Winslow stood. I guess we should. He closed the door to the conference room, turned to us and began speaking. This evening I'd like to introduce you to the world as Wiccans see it. When we're done, you'll never look at the natural world the same again. I'd like to start by having our guests introduce themselves. Thea started. My name is Thea Proctor and I co-own Portsmouth Tour Company with my cousin Delia. We do local tours in the Portsmouth area and are well known for the Haunted Portsmouth tour we give every October. And I'm Delia Proctor. I don't know about Thea, but I've always felt a strong connection to nature. I guess that's why Emma thought I'd be such a good fit here. I'd love to know if we ever get out in nature. She paused for a minute, and I swear she forced herself to blush. This might be a silly question, but do we do it, magic, I mean, like you see on TV? You know, with those stars and circles? The three of us had known how magic worked, and why you'd want a pentacle and summoning circle, since we were children. Why couldn't she lie like this when we got caught by Grandma or one of the aunts? We were going to have a serious discussion about this, because we could have avoided a lot of trouble if she'd only stepped up her lying game. Winslow chuckled. The surprising thing is, television gets a lot of it right. I fought back the urge to scoff. Magic was nothing like what was on television. We've got consultants in most major studios to make sure we're portrayed properly. You'd be surprised, out in California, Wiccans are in many powerful positions in Hollywood and in politics. I wasn't sure how much more I could take of this. I'm Isabella Proctor. Thea, Delia, and I are all cousins. I run the Portsmouth Apothecary. I make medicinal teas and tinctures, as well as candles and bath products. I suppose that's why Emma thought I'd be a good fit here. Some of my customers already say my teas work like magic. Just shoot me now. That was more marketing and self-promotion than I'd done in a long while. Oh, wait, is that Emma? Thea asked, looking out the window. I strained to look, making her question seem more believable. Go check. Maybe she just forgot what room we're in. Thea briskly left the room, leaving the door open. I turned to the 4 coven members. What brings you here? Did you always feel a connection to Mother Nature? Did you always want to help the earth? Or did you want the kind of power being a Wiccan can give you? We really were being cruel to this group. Then again, they'd abandoned Emma's lifeless body in a cemetery, so they deserved at least as much as we could dish out. I was absolutely stunned when Thea came back with a person who looked just like Emma. I almost turned as green as the other coven members. Here she is, Thea said. I'm sorry I'm late, the fake Emma said in a voice that reminded me a lot of Aunt Lily's. Fake Emma took her coat off and smiled at everyone. It was too much for Faith, her eyes rolled back and she fainted in her chair. Gwen and Rose jumped up from their chairs and eyed the door, no doubt wondering if they could get out of the room without getting close to fake Emma. Oh dear, Delia said. Help me get her to the floor so we can raise her feet. Thea held Faith under one arm and Delia held her under the other. Slowly they lowered Faith to the floor and put her feet up on a chair. There, Delia said, she should come around soon. I hope she's not ill. Fake Emma moved away from the door and the 3 upright coven members rushed out. Now that the room held 4 witches and 1 passed out fake witch, I dropped the pretense. That you, Aunt Lily? I asked. She nodded. There was no way I wanted to listen to an entire indoctrination speech, so I thought we could get more information if we scared them, Thea said. Delia shook her head. I'd feel bad for them, except for what they did to Emma. I'm not sure they did anything to her. I think they're victims too. They all look old, and it was my impression they were our age. It looks like whatever happened to Emma happened to them, just not as drastically. Delia started to fan Faith with a small notebook from the table. Wake up, Faith. We have some questions for you. Do you still want me here? Aunt Lily asked. No, but be ready if we need to call you back. You can accuse her of abandoning you to die in the cemetery, I said. Chapter 10. We should have taken Faith somewhere more private, but given her propensity to check out when she got scared, we decided to stay in the conference room. She woke up and we made her lie still. I thought she was. We didn't press her. We put a gentle ward on the door, so no one would come in or out until we dropped it. If you think you're ready, you can sit up and take a sip of water. Faith sat up and looked around the room. She's not here? Delia sat on the floor next to Faith. Who's not here? Gwen and Rose left with Winslow. We stayed to make sure you were okay. She shook her head and closed her eyes. What happened? You fainted in your chair. We moved you and put your feet up. We were so worried about you that I was almost ready to call an ambulance, Delia said. Faith blinked her eyes and took the water Delia offered her. That's not necessary. I'm fine now. I must have imagined. Thank you for staying and taking care of me. I think I'm ready to go home now. Not quite yet, Thea said gently. You fainted, and it could happen again if you stand too quickly. Let's just sit here for a while before you go home. You came in with Gwen and Rose. Did one of them give you a ride here? I asked. Faith nodded. But I can call an Uber. It's no trouble. Have some more water first, Delia said. Once Faith drank more, Delia continued questioning her. What made you faint? Did you eat something bad? Are you on any medications that could do that to you? Faith scowled at Delia. Why are you asking me so many questions? You don't know me. I sat on the other side of Faith and put my hand on her shoulder, releasing the tiniest of trust spells. Grandma would have a fit if she knew I'd done this, but the sorority had different rules. That's true, we don't. But my cousins and I want to join your coven. We talked about it while you were out on the floor. And we thought the best way to show our sincerity would be to take care of you. That is what you do in a coven, right? You take care of each other? Faith looked down at the glass in her hand. I thought so, but a lot of things have happened recently that make me think maybe that's not the case. None of us said a word, hoping she'd continue. I can't believe they all left me, she said with a sigh. We took an oath to be there for each other. The four of us were going to get an apartment together, but there's no way I can trust Gwen and Rose now. Do you faint often? Thea asked. Never. I just had a bit of a shock when you brought that woman in who looked like Emma. Faith began to stand, and Delia and I supported her. Why would someone who looked like Emma shock you? I asked, increasing the strength of my trust spell. Faith sat in her chair and turned her face away from us. Because I thought she was dead, she whispered. She is, I said. I sent my mother a quick telepathic message. Please call Palmer and tell him I have a witness to Emma's murder. Have him meet us here. Panic filled Faith's face. Then who was that woman? I sat next to her and used my softest, kindest voice. Emma didn't know this, but we're real witches. The person you saw was my aunt, who used magic to make herself look like Emma before the terrible thing happened to you all on Tuesday night. You know about that? She asked, panic making her voice squeak. We do. And so do the police, I said. Thea sat next to me. Faith, there's no need to worry. We can tell from the look of everyone in the coven that whatever happened, Emma took the brunt of it, but you were all affected. We need to know what happened, so we can catch the person who did this to you before he hurts anyone else. Faith covered her mouth with her hands. She thought for a few moments, then put her hands in her lap. Winslow said he was a real witch and he'd train us to become witches too. All I wanted was to clean the air of greenhouse gases and put a halt to global warming. Winslow said that I could do that when I fully accepted my powers. She shifted to sit up straight. Winslow said we may have to do terrible things to get our powers. Do you mind, can I ask what did you have to do to get yours? Delia smiled at her gently. Nothing. Real magic doesn't require harming anyone. Not even a little harm to do a lot of good, which sounds like what Winslow would have told you. We were born with our powers. I don't know anyone who was able to get them any other way. Emma wanted to clean plastic out of the oceans, I said. Winslow had taken terrible advantage of these women. If it was as easy as getting in touch with Mother Nature, or fully accepting our powers, witches would have cleaned the earth long ago. I'm so sorry, Faith. That's just not how magic works, Delia said. But I know I felt something flowing through me Tuesday night. For a brief moment, I felt like I could do anything, Faith said. And then I woke up looking old on Wednesday morning. I thought that at least I wasn't dead, and maybe I could hold on to that feeling the next time. She'd be taking a huge risk trying whatever spell Winslow had used again. Faith, how old are you? I asked. 23. I know I don't look it, but I'm going to color my hair tomorrow, and that will help. The only thing that would make her look 23 again would be a glamour. Or maybe a staggering amount of cosmetic surgery. Faith's sensible boots, wool cardigan, and turtleneck told me she wasn't the cosmetic surgery type. I'm sure it will. Palmer and my mother walked in front of the conference room's window. I lowered the ward on the door so they could enter. I'd like you to talk to my friend Stephen about what you saw on Tuesday night. Faith looked to Palmer, then to me. I'm not supposed to say anything. He's with the police, and he wants to find out how this happened to Emma as much as we do, I said in a calm, gentle voice, hoping Palmer would pick up on my tone and not frighten Faith. Thea, Delia, and my mother slipped out of the room and closed the door. Palmer sat across from Faith and me. Hello. Like Isabella said, I'm Detective Stephen Palmer with the Portsmouth Police Department. I'm investigating the death of your friend Emma Ross. I'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened that night. Faith bit her lip. I took her hand in mine and said, I'll be right here. Emma needs you to be brave right now, so this doesn't happen to anyone else. Palmer took his phone out of his pocket. I'm going to record us talking, so I can focus on what you're saying and not worry about taking notes. Is that okay with you? Faith nodded hesitantly. He started his voice recorder app and set the phone in the middle of the table. This is Detective Stephen Palmer. In the room are. He looked at me and I said, Isabella Proctor. He looked at Faith. I'm Faith. Faith Anderson. Palmer gave her a small smile of encouragement. All right, Miss Anderson. At this time, you are not under arrest and are free to leave. Let's talk about your coven meeting in the cemetery on Tuesday night. Faith nodded, waiting for him to ask a question. Had you ever met there before? He asked. Once before, but it was different. We didn't have a pentagram or a circle, and all we did was chant to the moon goddess. Was this on the last full moon? Palmer asked. Yes. I don't remember the day though. Palmer smiled reassuringly. We can look that up and confirm it with you later. Now, was the lack of pentagram and circle the only difference in the 2 nights? She shook her head. Tuesday wasn't a full moon celebration. We were celebrating the mother, the giver of life. We all stood in the circle, each of us on a different point of the pentagram, and repeated the chants Winslow was teaching us. We chanted for a while and then I started to feel something. It felt like power outside the circle, prowling. It was like a beast, looking for a way in. I could tell when it got into our circle, because I'd never felt so much power in my life. I thought that if I could capture whatever was in there with us, I could do anything I wanted. What were you chanting? Palmer asked. No, I said. Let's not recreate the chant here. We can talk about it in a safer location. Even though Faith wasn't a witch, and it wasn't likely anything would happen if she chanted the spell, I didn't want to take any chances. Palmer's eyes widened, recognizing my fear. Okay, we can wait to discuss the spell. What happened next? Faith looked at Palmer, confused. You know about spells? Are you a witch too? Yes, I do. Let's just worry about the questions I'm asking you, okay? Faith looked away. I didn't know there were witches on the police force. Oh, bats. I didn't want her to think there were witches everywhere, and I certainly didn't want her to think Palmer was one. And goddess help her if she showed up at the station asking for an officer who was a witch. That would be a short trip to the psych ward. On the other hand, Palmer wasn't making any move to correct her, so maybe he had a plan. I'd ask when we were done and, if he wanted, he could correct her impression. Miss Anderson, what happened next in the cemetery? Palmer asked again. She turned her head back to him. It was dark, and I couldn't see anyone else in the circle, so I don't exactly know. I heard a woman scream and then the power was gone. We all pulled out our cell phone flashlights and found Emma on the ground, not breathing. Palmer nodded. Did any of you touch her once she was on the ground? Faith's hand flew to her mouth. No. Something bad had happened to her, and I think we were all too afraid. She changed into an old woman, and I think we all just panicked. He nodded again, reassuring her with his calmness that she could keep talking. I was sure he'd have a lot of questions for me later, but, for now, he acted like this was a normal interrogation for him. Winslow was the first to leave the circle, then the 3 of us, me, Gwen, and Rose, ran to Rose's car. Rose drove as fast as she could to get us home. She ran lights, weaved around slower cars, even swerved into oncoming traffic to pass people, anything to get us away from the cemetery faster. Gwen kept making the sign of the cross and praying, promising she'd never work with evil spirits again. And yet she was back again this evening. It hadn't looked like anyone forced her to come. Why do you think Gwen came back tonight after promising she wouldn't? I asked. She hung her head and rubbed her temple. The 3 of us got together, without Winslow, to talk. We all felt it, felt that power, and wanted it back. We promised we'd keep each other safe. She let out a little laugh. Yeah, right. I fainted and they took off, abandoning me. Some coven full of strong women we turned out to be. The power must have been incredibly strong to bring you all back, Palmer remarked. It was. I'd trade almost everything I have to get hold of it and be able to use it. But not with this coven. I need to find another one where the members actually care about each other. You came tonight, even though it doesn't look like your coven was prepared to do any magic, is that right? He asked. Faith took the last sip of her water. Yes. We have to earn our powers by attending recruitment meetings like tonight's, by having friends and family attend as well. Palmer refilled Faith's water glass from the pitcher on the sideboard. Did you have any guests here tonight? No. I told my family and friends the meeting was cancelled. Just in case someone got hurt again. I invited several strangers, but none of them showed up. Probably just as well, no one would want to join us after tonight. All right, Miss Anderson. I'm going to have one of my officers drive you home. She'll take your phone number, and I'll call tomorrow with some follow-up questions. I gave her hand a squeeze and let it go. Kate? Palmer nodded. You've got nothing to worry about, she's kept me safe on more than one occasion. I wrote my name and phone number down on a piece of paper. You can call me whenever you need to, okay? We brought Faith out to Kate and watched them walk out of the hotel. Palmer put his arm around my waist. I've got so many questions for you. Chapter 11. I stayed up until 2 in the morning, answering Palmer's questions about magic and witches. He bribed me with food, creating amazing dishes out of whatever I had in my kitchen. I tried to stay awake, just to see what he would cook next, but the combination of being very full and tired finally won. I fell into bed with my clothes on once he finally left. I didn't realize how little he knew and how much he was taking on Faith. His level of trust in me and the entire Proctor family was humbling, and I fell asleep thinking about what a great guy he was. I would have loved to sleep in, but the apothecary was having a one-day sale, and I couldn't leave Mackenzie to wait on everyone. After the third giant yawn in my office, I looked around, wondering where I could install an espresso machine. Just a small one, for the days I didn't get enough sleep. Unfortunately, the room was small enough that I'd have to get rid of a bookcase before I could squeeze anything else in here. No espresso machine for me, because the books I'd inherited from Trina, which belonged in the apothecary, needed to stay. Mackenzie arrived at 10 with coffee and pastry. You're a literal goddess, I gushed as I took the hot mocha she brought me. I didn't have to tell her I'd just finished the exact same drink not more than 2 minutes ago. She took her position by the door to guide what I hoped would be a slew of new customers coming to check out our winter doldrums sale. I turned the sign and unlocked the door, welcoming in a few customers. At the back of the line, I saw a flash of a familiar face. It couldn't be, though. He wouldn't be bold enough to show his face in town so soon after we'd driven him and the rest of the fraternity all the way to the West Coast. I looked again, and I was right. Jake Forster was standing in line, waiting to get into my shop. I turned back to Mackenzie. I'll be right back. She waved at me to go, not even knowing what was going on. I supposed she was used to having a somewhat erratic boss by now. I stepped outside and ran to the back of the line. He was gone. Frantically, I scanned the sidewalk to find him. I didn't want him in my shop or anywhere near Mackenzie. I didn't see him anywhere. I jogged down the sidewalk, peering into alleys and stores, but there was no sign of him. Had I imagined him? Was someone taunting me by wearing a glamour of him? Had he changed his appearance, and was he now safely watching me? He could be anyone on the street by now. My heart began to race, and I couldn't catch my breath. I sent a telepathic message to my family and sorority. I was panicking, so I knew it would come across as a scream, but I didn't care. I needed help. Forster is in Portsmouth. I just saw him at the apothecary, and I need help. Are you looking for me? A man's voice said behind me. I turned to see Forster standing too close to me. I screamed and jumped back, slipping on an icy patch on the sidewalk. Great. Way to look like an imposing sorority member that he should fear. He laughed as he reached down to help me up. I looked at him suspiciously and didn't take his hand. "Oh, Miss Proctor," he said with all the condescension he could muster. "Do you think I'd hurt you right here, in the middle of town, in broad daylight?" I had no doubt he would try to hurt me whenever and wherever he wanted to. There was no way I'd help him by taking his hand. I got up quickly, avoiding the patch of ice. "Get out of my town," I said in the lowest, meanest voice I had. I'm afraid it was a little pathetic. He chuckled. "Not to worry. After that cry for help you sent out, I'll be leaving in just a few minutes. Wouldn't want to run afoul of your family quite yet." I brushed snow off my legs and backside. "Then what do you want?" He smiled at me. "Just to let you know that stunt you pulled at Chandler House hasn't stopped me. Sure, you caught several low-level lackeys, but I'm rebuilding in California, and you'd be surprised just how many witches wanted to leave the sorority but couldn't, because of Inanna's binding spell. I honestly thought the sorority was above such things." He shook his head in disapproval. "I guess I was wrong. But no matter, the quality of new lackeys coming from her newly released witches is quite high now." Before I could say anything, he vanished. I looked around but didn't see him. As I walked back to the apothecary, I kept turning around to make sure he wasn't behind me again. Jameson appeared at my feet when I was 2 doors down from my own. "What's happening? Where is he?" I bent down to pet him, making it look a bit more natural that I was speaking to a cat. If anyone bothered to pay attention to what I was saying, though, they'd never buy my deception. "He's gone. He just wanted to taunt me." I stood and saw many of the people I'd summoned walking out of alleys and toward me. We didn't appear out of thin air, we took the time to blend in with our surroundings and not call attention to ourselves. When everyone got to me, I explained that he was already gone, and I apologized for overreacting like I did. Hope put her hands on her hips. "There's no such thing as overreacting where the fraternity is concerned. I want us to get into groups and start searching in a 4-block radius. If he's here, I want to know." Grandma, my mother, and I headed up the street toward the center of Market Square, our heads swiveling as we looked for Jake Forster. An angry customer slammed a shop door and we jumped at the noise. We stared at the upset woman until she sneered at us. "Nothing to see here." We walked on in silence, using all our senses to search for Forster. We turned around when we were 4 blocks from the apothecary and made our way back to meet with everyone else. No one else raised a warning, meaning he was gone or at least hiding from us. I doubted he'd bother the non-magical people on the street. He and the fraternity had no use for them. "We need to talk," Hope said. I agreed. "We can use my office." It would be a tight squeeze, fitting 13 humans and a cat, but we could do it. We'd also be together in case he decided to show up again. Grandma was the last person in the office, and she cast a silencing spell on the door. We could now speak as loudly as we wanted, and no one outside the room would hear us. I was hoping we'd have more time before he came back, Hope said to start off the meeting. "Isabella, tell us exactly what he said to you." I'd sat in my office chair and pressed it up against the wall to make room for everyone. "He said our smoking everyone out at Chandler House didn't hurt his organization. More importantly, he says he's rebuilding from the California sorority witches who were angry at Inanna for casting spells over them to keep them loyal. They're happy to have their freedom with him." "That's worrying," Grandma said. "Inanna's witches were strong and disciplined. Something needs to be done there." "Who took Inanna's place?" Hope shook her head. "I don't know. I haven't heard anything from Winter or Raven." My heart sank. If he was able to recruit witches like Winter and Raven, who knew a lot about the sorority and about the state's witches, then California could become their next stronghold. He was also having fun taunting me. He acted like I was an insect, and he was the shoe that could squash me at any time. My mother's face glowed with anger. I've got a few things to say about that. We need to figure out what he's up to, Sasha said. She was right. Once we knew what he was planning, we could stop him. We could really use an informant in his group. I was pretty sure we didn't have one. It wouldn't be safe, because he would have no problem reading minds without consent. I'm going to Sewell to check in there, see if he's made any overtures to witches in town, Hope said. I'll check on Chandler House, see if they're rebuilding there, I said. Oh no you won't, my mother and grandmother said in unison. I'll take Jameson. We've been there before and know the layout. Jameson, who had been lying on my desk, lifted his head. Fine. But I have to go to California to check on the familiar situation too. No one objected to his going alone. Great, now I felt like a kid again who needed to be watched when she left the house. Grandma put her hand up to calm my mother. I'll go with them. I can disarm the alarm from the outside, now that I've seen it. And they'll need someone to watch the building to make sure no one comes in while they're looking around. I'd like the rest of the sorority witches to patrol your areas, check in with local witches, and warn them about Forster. I know we've got some witches who are just once convincing argument from turning, so let's keep a close eye on them, Hope said. I'll take the Portsmouth area, Aunt Nadia said, so Isabella can focus on Chandler House. There was a knock at the door. Grandma went rigid, expecting an attack as she slowly opened it a crack. Yes? I heard Mackenzie's uneasy voice. Hi. I was wondering if I should order you all lunch. Are you going to be in there much longer? Grandma's shoulders relaxed. No, thank you. We'll be out of your way in a few minutes. She shut the door and turned back to us. Thoughtful girl you've got there, Isabella. True to her word, the meeting did break up soon and we each went our separate ways to hunt down anyone who had seen Forster lately. Chapter 12. I stayed up until 2 in the morning, answering Palmer's questions about magic and witches. He bribed me with food, creating amazing dishes out of whatever I had in my kitchen. I tried to stay awake, just to see what he would cook next, but the combination of being very full and tired finally won. I fell into bed with my clothes on once he finally left. I didn't realize how little he knew and how much he was taking on faith. His level of trust in me and the entire Proctor family was humbling, and I fell asleep thinking about what a great guy he was. I would have loved to sleep in, but the apothecary was having a one-day sale, and I couldn't leave Mackenzie to wait on everyone. After the third giant yawn in my office, I looked around, wondering where I could install an espresso machine. Just a small one, for the days I didn't get enough sleep. Unfortunately, the room was small enough that I'd have to get rid of a bookcase before I could squeeze anything else in here. No espresso machine for me, because the books I'd inherited from Trina, which belonged in the apothecary, needed to stay. Mackenzie arrived at 10 with coffee and pastry. You're a literal goddess, I gushed as I took the hot mocha she brought me. I didn't have to tell her I'd just finished the exact same drink not more than 2 minutes ago. She took her position by the door to guide what I hoped would be a slew of new customers coming to check out our winter doldrums sale. I turned the sign and unlocked the door, welcoming in a few customers. At the back of the line, I saw a flash of a familiar face. It couldn't be, though. He wouldn't be bold enough to show his face in town so soon after we'd driven him and the rest of the fraternity all the way to the West Coast. I looked again, and I was right. Jake Forster was standing in line, waiting to get into my shop. I turned back to Mackenzie. I'll be right back. She waved at me to go, not even knowing what was going on. I supposed she was used to having a somewhat erratic boss by now. I stepped outside and ran to the back of the line. He was gone. Frantically, I scanned the sidewalk to find him. I didn't want him in my shop or anywhere near Mackenzie. I didn't see him anywhere. I jogged down the sidewalk, peering into alleys and stores, but there was no sign of him. Had I imagined him? Was someone taunting me by wearing a glamour of him? Had he changed his appearance, and was he now safely watching me? He could be anyone on the street by now. My heart began to race, and I couldn't catch my breath. I sent a telepathic message to my family and sorority. I was panicking, so I knew it would come across as a scream, but I didn't care. I needed help. Forster is in Portsmouth. I just saw him at the apothecary, and I need help. Are you looking for me? A man's voice said behind me. I turned to see Forster standing too close to me. I screamed and jumped back, slipping on an icy patch on the sidewalk. Great. Way to look like an imposing sorority member that he should fear. He laughed as he reached down to help me up. I looked at him suspiciously and didn't take his hand. "Oh, Miss Proctor," he said with all the condescension he could muster. "Do you think I'd hurt you right here, in the middle of town, in broad daylight?" I had no doubt he would try to hurt me whenever and wherever he wanted to. There was no way I'd help him by taking his hand. I got up quickly, avoiding the patch of ice. "Get out of my town," I said in the lowest, meanest voice I had. I'm afraid it was a little pathetic. He chuckled. "Not to worry. After that cry for help you sent out, I'll be leaving in just a few minutes. Wouldn't want to run afoul of your family quite yet." I brushed snow off my legs and backside. "Then what do you want?" He smiled at me. "Just to let you know that stunt you pulled at Chandler House hasn't stopped me. Sure, you caught several low-level lackeys, but I'm rebuilding in California, and you'd be surprised just how many witches wanted to leave the sorority but couldn't, because of Inanna's binding spell. I honestly thought the sorority was above such things." He shook his head in disapproval. "I guess I was wrong. But no matter, the quality of new lackeys coming from her newly released witches is quite high now." Before I could say anything, he vanished. I looked around but didn't see him. As I walked back to the apothecary, I kept turning around to make sure he wasn't behind me again. Jameson appeared at my feet when I was 2 doors down from my own. "What's happening? Where is he?" I bent down to pet him, making it look a bit more natural that I was speaking to a cat. If anyone bothered to pay attention to what I was saying, though, they'd never buy my deception. "He's gone. He just wanted to taunt me." I stood and saw many of the people I'd summoned walking out of alleys and toward me. We didn't appear out of thin air, we took the time to blend in with our surroundings and not call attention to ourselves. When everyone got to me, I explained that he was already gone, and I apologized for overreacting like I did. Hope put her hands on her hips. "There's no such thing as overreacting where the fraternity is concerned. I want us to get into groups and start searching in a 4-block radius. If he's here, I want to know." Grandma, my mother, and I headed up the street toward the center of Market Square, our heads swiveling as we looked for Jake Forster. An angry customer slammed a shop door and we jumped at the noise. We stared at the upset woman until she sneered at us. "Nothing to see here." We walked on in silence, using all our senses to search for Forster. We turned around when we were 4 blocks from the apothecary and made our way back to meet with everyone else. No one else raised a warning, meaning he was gone or at least hiding from us. I doubted he'd bother the non-magical people on the street. He and the fraternity had no use for them. "We need to talk," Hope said. I agreed. "We can use my office." It would be a tight squeeze, fitting 13 humans and a cat, but we could do it. We'd also be together in case he decided to show up again. Grandma was the last person in the office, and she cast a silencing spell on the door. We could now speak as loudly as we wanted, and no one outside the room would hear us. I was hoping we'd have more time before he came back, Hope said to start off the meeting. Isabella, tell us exactly what he said to you. I'd sat in my office chair and pressed it up against the wall to make room for everyone. He said our smoking everyone out at Chandler House didn't hurt his organization. More importantly, he says he's rebuilding from the California sorority witches who were angry at Inanna for casting spells over them to keep them loyal. They're happy to have their freedom with him. That's worrying, Grandma said. Inanna's witches were strong and disciplined. Something needs to be done there. Who took Inanna's place? Hope shook her head. I don't know. I haven't heard anything from Winter or Raven. My heart sank. If he was able to recruit witches like Winter and Raven, who knew a lot about the sorority and about the state's witches, then California could become their next stronghold. He was also having fun taunting me. He acted like I was an insect, and he was the shoe that could squash me at any time. My mother's face glowed with anger. I've got a few things to say about that. We need to figure out what he's up to, Sasha said. She was right. Once we knew what he was planning, we could stop him. We could really use an informant in his group. I was pretty sure we didn't have one. It wouldn't be safe, because he would have no problem reading minds without consent. I'm going to Sewell to check in there, see if he's made any overtures to witches in town, Hope said. I'll check on Chandler House, see if they're rebuilding there, I said. Oh no you won't, my mother and grandmother said in unison. I'll take Jameson. We've been there before and know the layout. Jameson, who had been lying on my desk, lifted his head. Fine. But I have to go to California to check on the familiar situation too. No one objected to his going alone. Great, now I felt like a kid again who needed to be watched when she left the house. Grandma put her hand up to calm my mother. I'll go with them. I can disarm the alarm from the outside, now that I've seen it. And they'll need someone to watch the building to make sure no one comes in while they're looking around. I'd like the rest of the sorority witches to patrol your areas, check in with local witches, and warn them about Forster. I know we've got some witches who are just one convincing argument from turning, so let's keep a close eye on them, Hope said. I'll take the Portsmouth area, Aunt Nadia said, so Isabella can focus on Chandler House. There was a knock at the door. Grandma went rigid, expecting an attack as she slowly opened it a crack. Yes? I heard Mackenzie's uneasy voice. Hi. I was wondering if I should order you all lunch. Are you going to be in there much longer? Grandma's shoulders relaxed. No, thank you. We'll be out of your way in a few minutes. She shut the door and turned back to us. Thoughtful girl you've got there, Isabella. True to her word, the meeting did break up soon and we each went our separate ways to hunt down anyone who had seen Forster lately. Chapter 13. Once we appeared at Proctor House, I called Palmer. You'll never guess who's back in town. Your mother called me, Forster's back. I frowned. I wanted to be the one who gave him the big scoop. Yeah. He's got poisons and a little hideaway on the 3rd floor of Chandler House. There was silence on the other end of the phone. He was collecting himself before telling me, as calmly as he could, not to go back there again. And how do you know this? He asked. Grandma, Jameson, and I were there. We just got back, in fact. Everyone thought it was okay that I went, as long as I wasn't alone. So far, Forster's disappeared again. Everyone in the sorority is searching for him, so he won't be able to hide forever. What if he goes back to California? Palmer asked. I didn't know what would happen. Was he our problem then? Could we leave him to the California sorority to deal with? I didn't think so, because we had no idea who, if anyone, was in charge over there. A chilling thought occurred to me. He could have put his own person in charge. I don't know. Jameson said he's going to check on the familiar situation there, so maybe he'll be able to tell us more later. I heard a car door slam outside. I looked out the kitchen window to see Palmer walking up my driveway. I opened the door and let him in. He pulled me into an embrace. Is there any way I can get you to stay home until we find him? And Emma's murderer? Can I keep you home and safe all the time? I rolled my eyes and stepped back. We've already discussed this. I'm as much of an investigator as you are. I can't stay home and play it safe, and neither can you. Speaking of which, how's the investigation into Emma's death going? He picked up a cherry maple scone from a plate on the table. I want to talk to the coven's leader, I just haven't tracked him down yet, Palmer said. Oh, hey, I've got Winslow's flyers next to the register at the apothecary. Palmer raised an eyebrow at me. It's where we first met. He came in, looking to do a little promotional swap. He'd keep some of my business cards by his register, and I'd keep his flyers by mine. He reads tarot cards somewhere off Lafayette Road. Lafayette Road was a long stretch of small businesses, and I didn't want to drive down all of it, looking for Winslow. We can pick one up and head over to see him. Palmer nodded. Good. I've got more questions for you too. I opened the door and followed him out. For me? I asked with fake innocence. He'd coped better than I could have ever imagined after he learned witches were real, but this week had given him a lot to think about. Can people grow magical powers, like the women in the coven thought they could? He asked as we drove off. I've never heard of that happening. And I don't think it does, because there's nothing in any of the books I've read about how to deal with a person who suddenly has magical powers. He parked 3 spots down from the apothecary. I opened my door and said, I'll be right back. He reached over and grabbed my hand. I may not be much help in a fight with a guy like Forster, but there's no way I want you out here alone, in the same place he ambushed you before. That was a fair point. The winter sun was setting, and I didn't want to be alone in the dark. I didn't want to be alone in the dark. What was Forster doing to me? We've got to get Forster, because he's making me afraid of my own town. We walked down the street together, his arm around my shoulders. We will. I promise. The apothecary had been closed for a half hour. Mackenzie was gone, and the lights were off. I opened the front door and slipped inside, Palmer right behind me. It's so quiet in here. I've gotten used to having customers going in and out all day, I said. It hadn't been that busy when Trina had owned the shop, and the business account showed it. Now, I was making a tidy little profit with the business. Too bad I wasn't sure what to do with the extra money. I'd decided to leave it in the bank for a rainy day. This the flyer? Palmer said, holding Winslow's flyer up. Yes. Win slammed the door shut and I jumped. I laughed to cover my fear and embarrassment. I had the powers of nature at my beck and call. I was a member of the Sorority of Bridget. I wore an amulet that held power I'd only started to tap into. I shouldn't be afraid of a door. Palmer said nothing, but looked concerned as we got back into his car. If we don't think Winslow was manipulating the women in the coven, then he had to believe what he was saying. Where would he get that idea? Most likely from the only real witch he knew, the one using him as a proxy. It wouldn't be difficult for the witch to make it seem as though Winslow or other coven members had powers, thus proving to them they were learning magic. Whoever it was that was standing out in the woods was using Winslow as much as the other women. We drove out to Portsmouth Palmistry, a tiny, hole-in-the-wall shop between Longtree's mini-golf and an exotic pet shop. The waterfall at the front of the mini-golf course was so distracting that Palmer and I missed the tarot sign and had to turn around. The sign on his door said the business was open, but it looked like he had no lights on. We walked in and I called his name. "The great Winslow will be right with you," a voice replied from behind a velvet curtain at the back of the shop. I rolled my eyes. Bookshelves full of merchandise lined the tiny room, giving it a cramped, untidy look. Glass globes for fortune-telling, tarot cards in a multitude of designs, and books on divination, magic, and the occult. The floor tiles were cracked linoleum and the room had a distinct, tangy aroma of a pet store. Perhaps it shared a ventilation system with the exotic lizard store next to it. The velvet curtain moved with a flourish and Winslow stepped out from behind it. "The great Winslow is ready to give you guidance for your future." "Please," he stopped talking once he recognized me. "Oh, Isabella, it's you." He smiled at me and looked Palmer over. "I don't need my cards to tell you two are going to have a long and happy life together." I flushed. I thought we did a good job looking professional in public. "I guess we didn't." Palmer flashed his badge and Winslow paled. "I knew you'd come to me sooner or later. Let's go out back before anyone sees you here." We followed Winslow behind the velvet curtain to what I guessed he'd call his card reading room. The circular table in the center of the room had a crystal ball on it and 4 different tarot decks. He reached behind a tapestry and turned more lights on, revealing a shabby, dingy room. I wasn't surprised he was keeping everything as dark as possible for his customers. Palmer and I sat at the table. Winslow sat opposite us and, now that I could see him well, I was surprised by how old and ill he looked. "Are you okay?" I asked. He rubbed his forehead. "I don't know. Honestly, I think I've gotten in over my head and don't know what to do to get out. Why don't you start at the beginning and tell Detective Palmer and me everything? Between the two of us, there must be something we can do to help you," I said gently. He looked up, his eyes wide with fear. "No. I can't do that. I think I need to move far away. But if I do, I don't know what will happen to the coven. Will he do the same thing to them too? They looked a little older last Friday, and so did I, but I'm aging really fast now." I prepared to hear Forster's name. "Who? Can you tell me his name?" Winslow leaned forward and spoke softly. "He never told me his name. He's the real deal though. I thought he was doing some sleight of hand trick, but he can do real magic. And he said I could learn too." He closed his eyes. I begged him to teach me. I didn't want anything bad to happen, I just wanted to turn my life around a little. Start a business that wouldn't go bankrupt, meet a woman who would fall in love with me, maybe have a kid if it wasn't too late. Palmer looked at me, then back to Winslow. "You were going to use magic to force a woman to love you?" Winslow's eyes flew open. "What? No. I just wanted to find someone who would love me. Someone I'd have a chance with. I'm 46 and haven't done a lot with my life yet. I just wanted the smallest of boosts, just so I could be happy." My heart almost broke for him. He'd been offered all the power in the world, and he didn't even want most of it. He just wanted a little luck in life. I'd have a lot more sympathy for him if Emma were still alive. "Tell me how leaving a woman dead in a cemetery fit into your plans for happiness," Palmer said. Whatever bravado Winslow had summoned up fled. I panicked. We all panicked. I killed her with magic, and that's not a thing you can just drop by the police station and confess to. I thought that maybe you'd never realize magic was involved, and we'd all be free. I had to think of the rest of the coven, too. I might have done the magic that killed Emma, but everyone else was there, and they'd at least be accessories to the murder. Right? Palmer nodded. It's not like we meant to kill Emma. It just sort of happened. 1 minute, we were chanting, and the next moment Emma was yelling. Once we shined light on her, we could see her getting older by the second. We tried to stop, once we saw what was going on, but she kept getting worse. Anger welled in me, displacing any sympathy I had for him. And no one thought to call an ambulance? You don't understand. There was nothing we could do, nothing could stop the magic that was in the air. He gestured to himself. Look at me, it's happening to me too. Every morning I look older, and I think the same thing is going to happen to me, just slower. I tried to feel magic around him, but couldn't. Is this something your family can help with? Palmer asked. I shrugged. Not sure. Maybe Jameson could figure out what happened to him. Palmer nodded, and I called Jameson to me. He had the good grace to appear outside Winslow's field of vision. Yes? You know I've got a lot going on, right? And that you're supposed to be at my beck and call, not the other way around? I spoke for Palmer's benefit. I know you're a busy cat. But can you feel the magic around Winslow, and maybe figure out what happened? I suppose so. I could have done without the attitude, but as long as he was willing to help me, I wouldn't complain. He's looking older than he did yesterday too. It's possible that the magic that killed Emma is working on him, just more slowly. I explained to Palmer and Winslow what was going to happen as my cat walked into view. Jameson is going to see what he can learn. Don't worry about him. Winslow looked at my cat. No way. Your cat is going to figure out what's wrong with me? I don't believe it. To my surprise, Palmer rushed to Jameson's defense. Jameson is a stronger witch than you'll ever be. We're lucky he's willing to take his time to help. Jameson purred in appreciation. It's about time someone noticed what a valuable member of the team I am. Team? What team? He turned away from the bookshelf he was inspecting. Team Palmabella. I snorted a laugh. Palmabella? There's no way I could let that stick. Okay, first, no. Palmabella is right out. But whatever we are, you're definitely part of the team. Team Proctor. Yes, that was much better. What's so funny? Palmer asked. I sighed. Jameson's given us a ship name. Palmabella. Poor Palmer. He was doing his best to conduct a serious investigation while talking about witches and cats with magical powers, and our ship name was about to push him over the edge. He bit his lip to keep from laughing, and I wasn't sure he was going to make it. Let's make a pact to never say that again, okay? Palmer nodded but said nothing. Excuse me, Winslow interrupted. Do you think we could get back to the important issues here? Palmer turned to him, ready to get down to serious questioning. What made you decide to entice these 4 women into a coven? Winslow shifted in his seat. You make it sound like I did something wrong. I needed to have other candidate witches, or there'd be no one for the magic to flow through. So why them? Palmer asked again. There wasn't anything about them in particular. I handed out flyers, ran an ad in the paper, and I let in anyone who contacted me. My. The man really in charge said anyone would do, as long as they were young. Why young? Palmer asked. He said young people had more life energy, and we'd need that to fully power the coven. Winslow turned to Jameson. Can you find anything? Can you give me back my time? Make me look my real age again? I've gotten good at reading Jameson's facial expressions, and I was fairly sure he didn't think Winslow deserved to get any of his youth back. Tell this idiot I'm still working on it. I smiled at Winslow, hoping to reassure him. He's still working. Let's leave him alone until he's done. What did you call this man? The one who told you to form a coven? Palmer asked. Winslow flushed. He told me to call him Master. I rolled my eyes. It sounded like we were looking for a stereotypical evil villain. And that didn't set off alarm bells for you? You didn't think walking away was a good idea at this point? Winslow shook his head. He'd already showed me that I had an innate ability to do magic, and I needed, to learn more. I couldn't just walk away. I leaned back in my chair and crossed my arms. Fine. Show me what you've got. Winslow looked confused. What do you mean? Do some magic. Whatever you can. Winslow looked from Palmer to me, then back to Palmer. I can't. I'm not allowed unless he's here. You know, in case something happens and he needs to fix a bad spell. I highly doubted that was the case. I'll make sure nothing happens. Go ahead. Winslow stood and retrieved a wand from a carved box on the bookshelf behind him. I'd seen that wand before, and the box. It was a movie prop. I shook my head in disbelief. Using a movie prop was a lot like riding a bike with training wheels, embarrassing for anyone who was older than 6. He swished his wand in characteristic movie overacting and said, I kid you not, Wingardium Leviosa. Of course nothing happened. He tried again, speaking loudly. The only thing that happened was that Jameson started laughing. It sounded like meowing to Palmer and Winslow, but he couldn't seem to stop. Cut that out. You're making a spectacle of yourself, I warned him. Any time now, Palmer said. Winslow looked at his wand, shook it, and tried one more time. When nothing happened, he sat down. I swear this used to work for me. I don't understand what's going wrong here. Palmer stood. Stand up. Winslow Warren, I'm arresting you for abandoning a dead body. Winslow stood. But what was I supposed to do? Palmer handcuffed Winslow's wrists behind his back. Let's go. We'll book you and then you can decide whether you want to tell me the truth or not. Winslow panicked and tried to run, but Palmer had hold of him. No, wait. I can tell you more. Please don't arrest me, I'll never find the master and get well. Jameson decided to weigh in with his opinion. He shouldn't find the master. The spell is still working on him. His best bet is to help Palmer find him so the sorority can try to break the spell. I related Jameson's opinion to Palmer and Winslow, who looked even more worried. Palmer let him go. Sit. Tell me everything, or the cuffs go on. Winslow looked left and right, as if to make sure no one was listening. Maybe you could ask me what you want to know. Palmer sat and sighed. Fine. Where did you two meet? Winslow relaxed with such an easy question. We met in a karaoke bar. The Auto-Tune Lounge. I went there once with my former best friend, Abby, and being able to sing was not a requirement to get up on stage. We decided we didn't want to drink enough to make the singing sound good, so we left, vowing never to return. A bar? Seriously? I asked. Winslow nodded. People say women like a man who can sing, and I can sing a little, so I decided to give it a try. Meet any women? Palmer asked. Winslow frowned. No. There were hardly any women there, and it was a Friday night too. I was about to leave when a guy, the master, sat down next to me. I thought he was trying to pick me up, because he bought me a drink and asked if I wanted to change my luck. It was like he was reading my mind. He probably was. Then what happened? I asked. We started talking about how hard it was to meet women, and how you really needed to have an advantage. I said I didn't have any advantages, and he agreed. That was harsh. When I met Winslow in the apothecary, there certainly wasn't anything about him that screamed date me now, but he'd been pleasant enough. And it wasn't the worst thing in the world to be bald, or in your 40s. So then I thought he was going to sell me drugs, like something to make women do what I wanted, but that wasn't it. He said I had a strong aura, and that he could tell I was made for better things than picking women up in a bar. He said he could prove it to me, but I'd have to leave with him. I couldn't believe this story. If this guy used the same line on a woman, she'd run to the nearest bouncer for protection. Winslow, I guess, didn't have the sense to see when he was about to be taken advantage of. So you left a bar with a man whose name you didn't know, so he could prove to you how great you were? Palmer asked incredulously. Winslow shifted nervously. He did tell me his name, but said I shouldn't use it. He was big into the idea that names have power and, if I used his, bad things could happen. That's why I didn't tell you right away. I didn't want you to get hurt. Palmer lifted an eyebrow. I nodded. Winslow was right, but there was nothing he could do with a witch's name. This was all part of the sales pitch. You can tell me, I said. I suppose I can, since you're a witch. His name is Irving Grassley. I'd never heard of him before. Not that I knew the name of any evil witches outside of Forster. Palmer wrote the name in his notebook. And this Grassley, what did he do then? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, he said. Palmer scowled. I think you forget why you're not in handcuffs already. He taught me a spell, right there in the parking lot. He taught me the one I just tried to use. I lifted a car and, now, I can't even lift a table. He tricked me, okay? He took advantage of me, he's stealing years from my life, and there's nothing I can do about it. He put his head in his hands and whispered. He made me kill a woman for him. I put my hand on his shoulder. No, he didn't. You just proved to yourself that you have no magical power. If you can't lift a table, then you certainly can't kill a woman. At most, you're just a pawn. He looked up at me, wiping tears from his eyes. You mean I didn't kill Emma? I shook my head. No. You're not capable of it. He looked to Palmer. Then why are you threatening to arrest me? I didn't know until now that you didn't kill Emma. But there's still a lot you could be charged for. Charges that could disappear if you cooperate with us. Winslow paced the small room. Okay, but I never want to see the master again. Don't make me meet with him. We won't. All we need is for you to set up a meeting with him. We'll go instead. Chapter 14. Palmer wanted to check in with Winslow since he hadn't heard from him in over 2 days. We were both anxious to see if he'd set up a meeting with Irving, so Palmer picked me up and we went back to Winslow's shop. The lights were on and the door was unlocked, but the minute we stepped inside, we knew something was wrong. What is that smell? I asked. Palmer put his hand up to silence me. He drew his gun with the other hand and motioned for me to stay where I was. I nodded. In all the time I'd known him, Palmer hadn't pulled his gun often, and when he did, it was because he knew we were in danger. I stepped to the side of the door and pressed my back up against the wall. I extended my senses but felt nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, Palmer inspected the main room and moved to the area behind the curtain where Winslow did his readings. "Son of a barnacle," Palmer said. "You can come back here. It's not pretty, though." I rushed to his side. I expected to see Winslow, dead. He was, and he looked just as aged as Emma had been when we found her. "Oh no," I whispered. Palmer checked Winslow's pulse, just in case, then looked up at me and shook his head. Winslow was slumped at his tarot reading table, his bony, dry hands holding a deck he was about to deal. His skin was dry and tight, like a mummy. Like Emma had looked the last time I saw her. Poor Winslow. Palmer stood. I thought Jameson was keeping an eye on him. He spent the better part of 2 days here, but when nothing happened, he left. Irving never got in contact, no matter what Winslow tried, so we all assumed he vanished after Emma died. There's a limit to the amount of time Jameson can watch nothing happen. We walked to the front room. "I've got to call this in. Can you check on the remaining coven members? I hate to think about what might happen to them. And get Jameson here. I want him near you, just in case." I nodded. "Hey, Jameson, Winslow's dead in his shop." Jameson didn't bother to answer me before he appeared at my feet. When we saw the coven last Friday, they'd each looked older than their age, and I wanted to see if they looked even older, or if the damage from the spell had stopped. "I'll take Thea and Delia with me." Palmer pulled out his phone but didn't dial. "Good. Is there any way your family can protect them? What about that sanctuary you gave Hester?" I wasn't sure that would work. Sanctuary is for one witch to give to another. But I'll check and see if we can do something for them. I called Thea and explained the situation. "That's horrible," she said. "I know. I need to check on the other 3 coven members. Are you and Delia busy?" "Jameson's with me, but I think we could use you too." I felt guilty taking them away from their work so often, but even I knew going alone was a bad plan. What if we were wrong and Irving was still in town? I didn't want to run into him on my own. "We'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't leave without us," Thea said. "You need me, too," Jameson said. "I can tell you if they're still linked in any way to the spell." I examined the shop while I waited, hoping to find something to lead me to Irving. I didn't find anything, but Palmer and the crime scene techs might. As my cousins drove up, I wondered if I ought to take some kind of class in how to find evidence. Did one even exist, or did police just pick that up in on-the-job training? I pulled out my phone and called Faith. "Hi, it's Isabella Proctor. Please don't hang up. Are you in contact with Rose and Gwen?" She didn't hang up on me, but she didn't answer right away either. After a moment, she asked, "Why do you want to know?" "We've given up everything about that group." I hated to bring her more bad news, but she needed to know. "Detective Palmer and I have just found Winslow. He's dead, like Emma." Faith drew in a sharp breath. "I'd like to meet with the 3 of you for 2 reasons. First, I want to bring someone in to make sure you're not still linked to either murder, magically speaking. And I need to ask you a few questions, and I'm hoping you'll spur each other's memories along. We don't want any part of magic ever again," she whispered to me. "Do we need to be involved?" "I'm afraid so," I said. "But this will be the last time, I promise." She let out a breath. We're meeting in a half hour at my place. You might as well come. Thank you. I'll see you then. Thea and Delia pulled in, followed by a cruiser. I waved goodbye to Palmer from across the room. I'll call you once I'm done. He looked up from Winslow's laptop. Dinner tonight? We can compare notes. I nodded. Proctor House. Hopefully the other women will be there too. Once Jameson and I got in the car, I beamed at my cousins. You two are amazing. Anytime I need you, you come running. Delia turned to look at me. Of course we do. You do the same for us, it's just that we don't need you so much. Just remember all the sacrifice when we call on you. You bet. We're going to Faith's. I handed my phone to Delia, which had directions already loaded into the map program. Faith's apartment was part of a large Victorian in the center of town. I wondered what she did for work, because her rent must have been high. We pulled into Faith's parking lot. Before we get out, we need a plan, I said. We want them to come to Proctor House with us, even though they won't want to. I'm going to play it cool. Follow my lead, and we'll invite them when they realize how desperate their situation is. Do you think that's going to work? Delia asked. Thea opened her door. It will if we play it right. Faith opened the door as soon as I knocked. She frowned when she saw Thea, Delia, and Jameson were with me. It's not really safe to be out alone right now, I said. She nodded and let us in. Gwen and Rose were sitting on the couch, so nervous they looked like they were about to jump out of their skin. I'm not comfortable with a black cat here, Gwen said. Jameson said nothing as he sat next to the couch and tried to look innocent. Rose looked up from her hands to Jameson, then to Gwen. Let's just get this over with. If she can break the grip of whatever's making us older, then I say the cat can stay. Faith sat on the other side of Gwen, filling up the couch. There was nowhere for the rest of us to sit. I smiled at the women, who had aged another 10 years since Friday night. Thank you. Jameson, my cat, will determine if there's anything linking you to the spell. While he's working, I'd like to ask you a few questions. The women were holding hands, supporting each other in what had to have been the most frightening time of their lives. Go ahead, Faith said. Have any of you heard of a man named Irving Grassley? They shook their heads. I hadn't expected they would. Who is he? Rose asked. I didn't want to tell them yet. He may be connected to the investigation. Had you ever met Winslow before he approached you to be in his coven? Again, they hadn't. What can you tell me about the coven and its structure? Did Winslow ever give you a way to contact someone else if you couldn't get hold of him? No, he didn't. It was just the 5 of us, and he said things would really start picking up when we recruited our first set of members, Rose said. Did you ever do magic on your own? Away from Winslow? Thea asked. I tried. I thought once I might have bent a spoon a little bit, Gwen said. Faith and Rose looked at her. You weren't supposed to do that. It could have been very dangerous, Faith said. I furrowed my brow at the women. It's okay. The truth is nothing would have happened. None of you are witches, and none of you will gain powers through practice. How do you know? Rose asked. Because I am a witch. A real witch. Yes, I practice, because I can cast spells. You can't cast, so there's no amount of practice you can do to increase what you don't have. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Then why did Winslow tell us we could? Why bother to lie to us? Rose asked, anger in her voice. He was using you, and in turn was being used by another man, Irving Grassley. Winslow believed he had magic, too, but he didn't. Jameson had finished his investigation and sat next to my feet. There's no connection to any magic anymore. There was, but I suspect it was severed when Winslow died. I reached into my pocket and handed each of them a business card with my cell phone number on the back. Good news, you're no longer connected to the spell. You should stop aging abnormally. But if anything happens out of the ordinary, or you start aging again, I want you to call me immediately. Day or night, it doesn't matter. I stopped and looked each woman in the eyes. You saw how quickly Emma died, don't hesitate to call. I turned to leave, but Gwen called us back. Is this it? You're just going to leave us like this? I can't go around looking like a 50-year-old woman. You need to fix us. I was afraid they'd ask me to reverse their aging. I'm sorry. I can't. I don't know how. There's a chance I could trigger something in the spell you've just disconnected from and harm you. Faith began to cry. I can't keep avoiding my fiancé. How am I going to explain what happened? Delia, who had been standing silently by the door, went to her and took her hand. You tell him you don't understand what happened. That's the truth. You tell him nothing about you on the inside has changed, nothing about your love for him has wavered. If he loves you, he'll stay with you. Faith looked up at Delia. I look older than his mother. Delia put her arms around Faith. We'll ask other witches if they know how to reverse the damage Irving did to you. But for now, I'm so sorry, there's nothing we can do to fix your appearance. Please don't leave us here on our own, Rose pleaded. Come with us. All of you. Our family house is well protected against all magic, Thea said. Gwen looked confused. But why? We're not being affected by the spell anymore, you said so. Thea spoke calmly. We can't guarantee Irving won't try to find you and reinitiate his spell. He won't be able to do that if you're in our house. It will also give our grandmother time to look for a cure for you, Delia said. I'll go, Rose said. I can't make any promises, Thea said, but you'll have one of the best witches in the country trying to help you. Faith stood. Do we need to pack anything? We'll get anything you need. Gwen, are you coming? Delia asked. Gwen looked to Faith, then Rose. I guess if the two of you will be there, it'll be safe enough. Palmer arrived promptly at 6 for dinner. The aunts beamed at him, and even Grandma, who was not pleased with 3 new women in the house, was happy to see him. I've got the rest of the coven here with us. They're going to stay until we capture Irving, I told him. They're resting upstairs under the smallest of sleep spells. Did you find anything else out at the scene? He shook his head. Kate did a record search and found deaths similar to Emma's and Winslow's about 100 years ago. The main suspect's name was Irving Grassley, I said. Yes. But the only Irving Grassley in the records was born in Portsmouth in 1727. Kate assumed a missing death certificate, but I'm not sure that's what happened. I think I've heard that name before, Grandma said. Palmer sat at the table and took the glass of water Delia handed him. Where? I'm not sure. It's an old name, though. The Grassleys used to be another witch family in town. A bad family, the lot of them. I'll look through the family journals and see if I can find a reference to him. My mother set the salad bowl on the table. Even witches don't live 300 years. He must be an ancestor. But they might, if they're stealing youth from other people, I said. I mean, if that's even a thing we could do. Palmer's phone buzzed. He held it up for us all to see, a photo of a man in his 40s walking out of Winslow's shop. Anyone recognize him? None of us did. Send me that picture, and I'll ask the coven when they wake up in the morning, I said. I remembered the pictures I took of Emma's diary and pulled out my phone to read through them. Tears rolled down my cheeks as I read her thoughts and dreams for the future, but nothing about her coven. Chapter 15. Early the next morning, Grandma called a family meeting. Keep the coven asleep a bit longer, she told me. We met in the kitchen, and I was surprised to see Palmer there, waiting for us. I smiled. Good morning. I didn't realize you'd be here too. Your grandmother called and bribed me with Eggs Benedict. How could I resist? Grandma dropped 2 old leather-bound books on the table. Sit down, everyone. Everyone but Aunt Nadia did what Grandma said. I'm listening, she said as she squeezed lemon for the hollandaise sauce, but someone has to make good on the promises you make. Grandma held up the older of the 2 books. This is my grandmother's journal. How Irving Grassley has evaded police or sorority notice for so long is anybody's guess. But he's a nasty, cruel man. Is he the same man or a descendant? My mother asked. Grandma picked up the other book. According to my mother's journal, he looked exactly the same. Same faint scar on the left side of his face, same receding hairline. The books say he comes out every 100 years, kills 13 people, just like our poor Emma, then disappears. So far, he's taken 2, so 11 more people are going to die. Chances are our friends asleep upstairs are on his list. A helpless dread ran through me. 11 more people were going to die. How many times has he done this? I asked. Grandma shrugged. I don't have journals going back any farther than this, but there's no reason to think he started in 1727, just because he has a birth record. Her brow furrowed. We're dealing with an old, knowledgeable witch. At the height of his powers, he can run rings around us all. Aunt Nadia began to serve breakfast. It doesn't sound like he goes after witches. None of us would fall for that join my coven routine. So we're not in danger, are we? I thought Aunt Nadia was indulging in wishful thinking, and so did Grandma. He won't come after us as any of his 13 victims, but that doesn't mean he won't kill us all to keep his secret safe once he's back at full strength. Palmer leaned forward, ignoring his breakfast. So what you're saying is we need to take him down before he gets any stronger. I want the girls to get out of town. Now. Don't stop to take anything, just go, my mother said. I steeled myself for the argument we were about to have. I hated arguing with my mother, but there was no way I could do what she wanted. I can't. This is sorority business, and I can't leave them when they need me the most. I felt responsible too. Although none of the coven said anything, their looks said we should be responsible for our own. Not that Irving was anything like the Proctor family, but they didn't know the difference between good and evil witches. Isabella, don't argue, my mother said in a tone of voice she hadn't used on me since I was 7. I'm not. I can't go. None of us should go. The sorority may need every available witch, and are we willing to let 11 more people die? And then 13 more in 100 years? How will we feel when we see it happening again, and we know we did nothing when we could have? Palmer cleared his throat. I'm the last person to say this, but we need your help. There's no way the department can bring him to justice on its own. He was right. Irving would kill Kate, or Papa Tony's, or the chief, or even Palmer with the flick of a finger if it suited him. I'm staying. Is anyone staying with me? As always, Thea and Delia, my ride-or-die cousins, were with me. They raised their hands. Jules and Jessamine too, Delia said. I'm in. You'll need the wisdom of my vast experience, Grandma said with a grin. My mother rolled her eyes at Grandma. That means I'm in, if only to keep an eye on you. Aunt Lily and Aunt Nadia nodded. Looks like we're all in. Palmer sat back, looking relieved. Good. Now, how do we warn the state there's a serial killer on the loose without letting them know what he's up to? And what do we do once we catch him? Call him an Ebola carrier? I asked. No one would get near him if you did that. Wouldn't work, Aunt Lily said. Once he realized what was going on, he'd just change his glamour. How about an environmental disaster? Something in the air so everyone needed to stay inside? Thea asked. I winced. That would cause too much panic. People would flood the hospitals. Prison break? By a master of disguise, so people knew he could look like anyone? Delia asked. Palmer's eyes lit up. That could work. Let me run it by the chief. Grandma frowned. Finding is one thing, capturing and holding is another. What about the warded prisons? Won't that be enough? Palmer asked. Grandma looked thoughtful for a moment. It might be. If we get him to trial in Sewell, then bring him straight to prison once he's convicted, we won't lose him again. Oh! So that was what happened to witch criminals. Witchiminals. Creamy itches. No, neither of those would work. There was a justice system they would go through to determine their guilt or innocence. I looked to Palmer and he was nodding his approval. Palmer stood. I'm going to set this up with the chief. It's going to take some time to create a convincing prison break. He and I will be back later this afternoon. He turned to me. Isabella, can you get the sorority here so we can coordinate our plans? I nodded. As he left, I hoped he wasn't going to be Irving's next victim. I turned to Jameson, who had been lying on the floor, listening. Can you follow him? Keep him safe until he gets back? Jameson stood and stretched. No, the other cats teleported into the kitchen and stood next to him. This looked ominous. All 8 black cats standing in a row. Even the new kittens were still. What's going on? I asked. Jameson jumped up on the table and addressed us all. Jennifer and the new kittens are leaving. It was a sign of how important this announcement was that he was using the energy to speak aloud so that all of us could understand him. They are? But why? Delia asked. Jameson licked his paw. As bad as it is here, California is on the brink of turning into a fraternity stronghold. Jennifer feels, and I agree, that the more familiars we can move into the state, the better chance we have of keeping the fraternity from taking over. It's not just these cats that are moving, but almost 1,000 familiars from across the country will be flooding the West Coast, looking for witches. I don't understand. I thought there were requirements for having a familiar, I said. All waved. They'll be looking for witches they can guide away from the fraternity, witches who can be subtly influenced to do good. Subtly influenced? That sounded like a euphemism. Mind control? It took a moment to sink in. Hey, wait a minute. Did you do that to me? Did I push you to do good instead of evil? Hardly, Jameson said with a scoff. You're about the most lawful good which I've ever known. I eyed him suspiciously. And if you did, would you tell me? He didn't answer. I didn't push him, because he was right. I'd go a long way to not break the rules. What about Jules and Jessamine? Thea asked, a tear threatening to spill from the corner of her eye. They're staying here. They've fully bonded to you and Delia, and you should start to see an increase in your abilities as you continue to work with them. Grandma, the aunts, and I all had stunned expressions. I thought the girls were just providing a temporary home for them, Grandma said. They decided to stay, was all Jameson said by way of explanation. Grandma took a sip of her coffee and wasn't gentle when she put her mug down. Great, just great. It's bad enough Isabella is wrapped up in the sorority and won't have a chance at a normal life. Or at least what passes for normal with us. Now, Thea and Delia have familiars. Goddess only knows what they'll get led into now. Jules and Jessamine started meowing. They weren't strong enough to talk to the rest of us yet. Grandma, stop, Thea said. You're upsetting them. Grandma rubbed her temples. I'm sorry, girls. I'm just worried. Worried about the serial killer we need to catch, worried for your futures, worried that you'll become too busy to enjoy your lives. Delia put her arm around Grandma. And we love you too. You can be in charge of making sure we remember to have fun. Grandma gave her a small smile. After the serial killer. But then something else is going to happen. And then something else, until we all get so wrapped up in saving the world that we forget the things that make it worth saving. I didn't like seeing her upset, but I was angry. We had priorities, and having fun was far down on the list right now. Leave me out of the plans for a spa day. I'll get back to you once I don't need to worry about witches killing people. I pushed my chair away from the table and went up to my room. I grabbed my bag and decided a day at the apothecary would do me some good. Chapter 16. I had the worst day at the apothecary I'd ever had. Even worse than my first day, when I was so nervous I kept knocking bottles of ingredients off the counter, shattering the glass and ruining the materials. No potion I made came out right and, after a few hours, I left the prep room and sat in my office. I was angry enough that I left all the customers to Mackenzie. Instead, I sulked. Who did Grandma think she was, saying I didn't have a normal life, or worse, that I'd never have one? I had a boyfriend, we went out on dates and had fun. She didn't understand the kind of sacrifices we made so that everyone else could live their lives without worrying. And lucky for her she didn't know. Jameson had accompanied me to the shop, but left as soon as I was safely inside, saying he had things to do. He hardly ever told me what he did when he went off on his own. It had taken him months to even tell me he had a sister who needed to be rescued. Alex came in from the courtyard to check in with me after lunch. You don't look so great. Everything okay? I looked up from the potion recipe I'd been staring at for half an hour. Yeah. Fine. Family stuff. I flashed him a fake smile and continued. How about you? Enjoying the warmer weather? He sat and looked at me carefully. Isabella, you don't have to tell me what's wrong, but you're not fooling anyone with that fake smile. I sighed. Honestly, it's just family stuff. Grandma is getting on my nerves a little. She doesn't understand the responsibilities I've got, because I almost said she's never been responsible for catching a serial killer, but I caught myself, been responsible for running a business. She thinks I can drop work whenever I want to go out and have fun. Okay, he said in a tone that made it clear he wasn't sure he believed me. Everything's been fine outside. I haven't seen anyone, the light hasn't gone off, and the tapes don't show anything more than stray cats running through the alley. I was relieved to hear it. That's good. But would you humor me for the next few days and sleep inside? He frowned. Inside? No, I can't do that. I haven't slept inside for about 10 years now and, honestly, the walls freak me out. I blew out a breath. I'd have to set special wards in the courtyard to keep him safe. He was too old for Irving to care about, but if he was hurt working for me, I'd never forgive myself. Tell me, Alex, what do you think of this resurgence of modern witchcraft? He shifted in his seat. Never gave it much thought. But now that you ask, it seems like it'd be more of your thing than mine, what with all the concoctions you make. I gave him a genuine smile. You're right. I hear they're dangerous though. Not everyone pays attention to what they put in their so-called potions, and people get sick. I just wanted to make sure you weren't tempted. He laughed. Who? Me? I'm the last person to get caught up in that sort of stuff. I know better. Okay, at least he wasn't going to join a coven on his own. He stood. If that's all, I've got some library books to return. Of course. Don't let me keep you, I said. I wished he'd stayed though. I couldn't shake this mood. 5 of what I'd begun to think of as our cats were gone, and probably never to return, at least not for longer than a quick visit. Jameson was away, most likely in California for the day. I hadn't gotten in touch with Hope yet, because I dreaded letting the sorority know 5 familiars had just left the state. Claire and Helen were not going to be happy their little bribes of tuna and cuddling went unheeded. I gave myself to the count of 10 to finish wallowing and then contacted Hope. Hope? It's Isabella. Yes? Is something wrong? Not so much wrong as urgent. We know who Emma Ross's murderer is. It's Irving Grassley. Never heard of him. I wasn't surprised. It took Grandma hours reading through old journals to find anything about him. I can fill you in more tonight, but the short version is he's a serial killer who needs to kill 11 more people to gain his youth and power back. We need to capture him before he kills anyone else, or he may be too strong for us. I could almost feel her sigh. Just once, couldn't you bring us a shoplifter? Too boring. Anyway, tonight at Proctor House. 7 o'clock? We'll be there. That wasn't so bad. The real fireworks would come tonight though. I decided to indulge in a nap before I went back to reading everything I could find on age spell reversals. Reversing your age was, of course, not allowed, but finding a spell or potion to reverse the damage Irving had done to the coven was difficult. It seemed as though no one wanted to discuss the idea, lest it be taken for age reversal. I leaned back in my comfortable chair, put my feet up on the corner of the desk, and closed my eyes. An hour later I woke with a start, visions of the coven turning to dust in their guest room. The dream felt so real, I called my mother to confirm they were awake and still in the house. Of course they were, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. Jameson wouldn't answer my telepathic call, and I began to worry about him, too. Had something happened to him? Did Irving have him? Instinctively, I yelled for him. Jameson! You need to answer. Does Irving have you? I heard several family members shushing me telepathically. I really needed to work on my ability to contact just one person when I was upset. Unfortunately, that would require me to be upset more often, and I just didn't have the energy. I calmed myself down and tried again, knowing I'd get a response this time. Jameson, answer me. Don't make me teleport all over trying to find you. Stop, came the command from my familiar. Thank Bridget he was okay. You know better than that. You'd teleport yourself into the side of a building and there's no way I'm going to explain that to your mother. He transported himself to my desk so we could talk. Now that you see I am all right, will you leave me alone? I scowled at him. Sure, He was snarky, but he seemed different. What's wrong? Everything. My sister and the new kittens are gone. You witches still haven't figured out how to capture Irving, and even if you make a plan, it'll probably fail anyway. It's hopeless, and I think it's better for me to retire to an island full of mice and birds. I can forget all about magic and live the rest of my days chasing down dinner. I put my hand out to scratch between his ears, but he swatted it away. I know it's tough when people move away, and I'm sorry Jennifer felt they were needed in California. I was fond of her and the kittens. But you can visit whenever you want. I leaned back in my chair and sighed. I know we don't have a plan yet, but we will. We're meeting in an hour, and I'm sure we'll come up with something. You could help instead of complain, you know. He hissed at me. Hissed at me. Okay, maybe you don't have to come. But you know we'd do better with you. No, it's not worth the energy. You're trained well enough, I'm sure you'll figure out whatever you need to on your own. He lay down on my desk. I'm done here. My mind reeled. Was my familiar really quitting on me? Could he? I mean, was that allowed? And this idea of retiring to an island, where did that come from? You think you should leave me? I can't even teleport on my own. I paused for a moment, trying to put myself in his paws. He came to me straight after Mrs. Thompson's death, and I don't know if he ever had time to grieve his loss. He worked hard to train me as fast as he could, and then he took on training the kittens as well. You sound like you're burned out. Maybe you should sit this one out, go somewhere with lots of mice and birds, and just take a vacation. Come back in a week, and I promise everything will look better to you. He vanished without a word. If he didn't come back in a week, I'd try to call him back. But the truth was, I may have just lost my familiar. Asterisk. The combined Proctor family/sorority/police meeting was a mess. We met in the red dining room, and even the food Aunt Nadia made couldn't soothe over the anger in the room. As I expected, Helen and Claire were furious they would not be getting Jules and Jessamine. But you're so young, and so untalented, Helen said to Delia. Hope slammed her fist on the table. Hey! None of that. You know as well as every other witch at the table, she had nothing to do with the cat's choice. I was pretty sure I heard Claire mutter undue influence under her breath, but I chose not to mention it. We didn't need tempers to soar. I think Jameson has left, I said once the room settled down. What do you mean, left? Hope asked. I tried not to let anyone see the tears in my eyes. He said he wanted to retire, move to an island with mice and birds, forget magic, and just be a cat. Then he disappeared. Why would he do that? Christina asked. Did you drive him away somehow? As if this was my fault. Sasha scowled at me. Did you refuse to do what he said? Or were you just a bad student? That hit me hard. I hadn't been the best student in school, mostly because Grandma and the aunts took up a lot of our study time teaching us the basics of magic. Grandma stood and glared at the sorority members, sparks flying from her fingertips. Another one of you insults my family, and you're all going to wish you'd never heard the name Proctor. Hope tried to soothe Grandma. Esther, it's okay. We're all a little on edge tonight. Maybe we should adjourn for the night. We can meet again tomorrow, once we've all had time to calm down. Christina, Helen, and Claire immediately teleported away. Anna and Sasha looked to Hope. Yes, you might as well go too. I looked to Palmer and the chief, both pale and worried. Let me walk you two out, I said. When we were alone in the kitchen, the chief turned to me. Sparks from her fingertips. I thought for sure she was going to hurt someone. I shrugged. But she didn't. It's been a rough day for all of us, and we're scared. If Helen and Claire would just give up on the idea of having a familiar, they'd be okay, but their jealousy taints almost everything they do. We'll be better tomorrow, like Hope said. We'll come back, but maybe you can ask her not to go all Sith on us, Palmer said. I laughed. He was doing well for a guy who had no natural interest in science fiction. I'll ask. She'd never hurt you, though. She thinks you're great. Palmer opened the door. I hope she never thinks anything else. That was scary. The chief looked outside. It's dark. Don't walk us out, we'll be fine. I wasn't sure that was true, but I wasn't up to arguing with him. The coven came downstairs and into the kitchen. Big meeting over? Gwen asked. I closed the door. Yes. But it ended in an argument, so nothing accomplished. Rose sat at the table. Great. So that's another day we have to stay here. We've got lives, you know. I don't know how many more days I can call out sick before I get fired. I sat next to her. I know it's tough staying here, away from everyone you know. It won't be much longer, I promise. The rest of the family came into the kitchen, and I left to think about the promise I'd just made. The truth was, I couldn't guarantee they could leave any time soon, not with the way we were behaving. I sighed. I needed to take matters into my own hands. I lit a single candle in my bedroom and thought. How could I find Irving? Truth was, I couldn't. My magical tracking skills were weak at best, and there was no way I could pull Thea and Delia in on my plan. It was too dangerous, and, if anything happened to them, I'd never forgive myself. So if I couldn't track him down, what could I do? I could go places I knew he went. The karaoke bar. With any luck, he'd be there tonight looking for a new set of victims. I opened my door a crack, casting a quick spell to muffle any noise it might make. I could hear the ants talking downstairs. There was no way I could sneak out of the house without their knowing. Not even with a cloaking spell. I think they had some kind of mom magic, but then again, my non-magic friends from high school said their moms were the same way. I looked around my room. What else could I do? The best thing would be to cast a cloaking spell along the edge of the property, sneak out the window and levitate myself down to the backyard. I could sneak out the back gate and hail a cab a few blocks away. No one would be the wiser. With any luck, I'd call them for reinforcements before anyone even realized I was gone. Chapter 17. The bar was as seedy as I remembered. It wasn't as bad as the Lips, the bar where Chuck roofied me at, but I was still going to keep a close eye on my drink tonight. I'd learned my lesson and would check it before every sip. I pulled the door open and immediately regretted it. Off-key notes hit my ears, and the smell of nervous singers with insufficient deodorant assaulted my nose. I wanted to cast a spell to block the attack on my senses, but I didn't. Irving would know I was a witch, but I didn't want him to see me working any spells. In fact, I wanted to seem like a young, naive witch who just wanted to get away from her family. I'd spent the Uber drive here locking down my thoughts. I decided to lean into the truth that sometimes my family aggravates me and that it's nice to get away. That's why I had an apartment, but I hadn't seen the inside of it nearly as much as I had in the past. That's right, just a young witch with plenty of life energy, ready to join a coven of like-minded strangers. I pasted a fake smile on my face and walked into the bar. There ought to be a test. Before someone hands you a microphone, you need to at least sing a scale properly. I asked the bartender for a gin and tonic, then found a table near the door. No sense making it hard for Irving to find me. A waitress brought me my drink, and I checked it. I can tell the composition of potions by looking at them, and my drink was fine. Well, the gin was a step above lighter fluid in quality, but the bartender hadn't slipped anything else into my drink. I took a sip and regretted it. I needed to let the ice melt down before I could take another sip. Mercifully, a young singer who had far more stage presence than talent rejoined the audience. Next up was a man about 10 years older than me. He had brown hair and seemed a little intimidated to be on the stage. From the first note of Sinatra's classic "Come Fly With Me," he had me hooked. By the end of the song, I cheered him on as loudly as anyone else. He smiled at the crowd, looking almost surprised that people enjoyed his singing. When half my ice had melted, I checked my drink again, even though it hadn't been out of my sight. I took another sip and vowed to wait until the rest of the ice melted before I finished it. If I finished it. A middle-aged man sat at my table. "Hi. I'm Gabe. A beautiful woman like yourself shouldn't be sitting alone. Let me buy you a drink, you look like a strawberry daiquiri kind of girl." He waved to get the attention of a waitress. "What can I get for you?" she asked. "I'll have a Guinness, and the lady will have a strawberry daiquiri," he said, with all the confidence of a man who hasn't been told no nearly enough in his life. I looked at the waitress and shook my head. She left, and a minute later a very tall, very Viking-looking man approached our table. "The lady isn't interested in your company. Why don't you find a different table?" Gabe had obviously had problems with my Viking friend before. "Fine. But she didn't say no. This doesn't count." He stood up and moved to an empty table across the room. "Thank you," I said. "Do you work here, or are you just a good Samaritan?" "I work here. Management won't let me throw out dirtbags like Gabe unless they cause a scene, or unless he hits on at least 3 women who tell him no. I keep an eye on him and, once he hits 2 no's, he usually stops being a jerk. If anyone else bothers you, tell them you're a friend of Klaus." I smiled at him. "Thank you, I will." I was about to tell him my boyfriend was a cop, but, honestly, you're more intimidating than he is. He rapped a knuckle on my table and walked off. The evening wore on, and the singing didn't get any better. Klaus's visit to my table seemed to warn off any other single men, because I sat alone for the next hour. I finished my drink, but decided to leave rather than order another. It was getting late, and it looked like my plan was a bust. No Irving here tonight. No one had called or texted me, so, if I was lucky, I'd get back home and into my room before anyone noticed I was gone. I walked to the door, nodded at Klaus, and left. Not more than 5 steps out the door, an exceptionally old ugly man walked out of the shadows toward me. I couldn't identify him in the darkness, but it was clear from what little light we had that his nose was overly large and definitely skewed to the left. I couldn't see if he had the scar Grandma told us about. My heart raced. Was this Irving? "Don't be alarmed, miss. I'm not here to hurt you," he said as he came closer. I smiled. "Of course you aren't. Can I help you?" I felt like an idiot. I might be talking to the most powerful evil witch in the last several centuries, and all I could do was fall back on being polite. He began to gasp, as though he was out of breath. We both stopped walking. Let me catch my breath for a moment. We were next to a tree, which blocked the moonlight and left us almost invisible to anyone who might be around us. "Can I call someone for you? You don't sound so good." He tried to stand straighter. "No, thank you. I've got no one to call. A lot like you, I think." He paused for a moment and then continued. "Yes, Isabella, I think we are a lot alike because we're alone in the world." I shook my head. I've got my family. He stepped closer and I could smell a mixture of rotten fish and beer on his breath. Yes, and no. Sure, you've got them, but they've got a stranglehold on you. You want to leave them, move far away, but you can't. I could move if I wanted to, I protested. His breath was back to normal, and I started to walk away. He grabbed my arm and pulled me back into the shadows. What you need is to break free from your family and join a coven. You need to be among like-minded witches who will support you, not treat you like a child. I had to admit, his offer was tempting. And yes, I was definitely talking to Irving. But I'm not. He snapped his fingers, and I lost the ability to speak. Yes, you are. Don't lie to me. Are you ready to tell me the truth? I nodded and found I could speak again. Yes. You're right. I'm a witch, and my family treats me the same as they did when I was 12. Today's your lucky day, then. I'm forming a coven, and you'll be my first member. I can feel your strength, and you'll make the perfect first apprentice. He hadn't let go of my arm, but he wasn't gripping it as hard anymore. I tried to pull away from his grip, but he wouldn't let me. What's wrong? Don't want to join? I looked him up and down. You'll have to forgive me. It's a little difficult to believe that you're offering me everything I want in the middle of a parking lot of a karaoke bar. And to bring up a coven? You know they're all but forbidden. He let out a low chuckle. All but forbidden means not forbidden. You know families can be the cruelest people. Think about working with witches that respect you. Witches who see your talents and not the flaws they saw when you were a child. Imagine how powerful you could be if your family wasn't holding you back. No wonder Winslow joined him. He was making some very compelling points. Points I'd have to bring up once I got home. Let's say I'm interested. What happens next? Next, there's a little test you need to pass. Nothing difficult. Let's just call it a check on your loyalty. As he spoke, I could feel a headache coming on. He was trying to read the parts of my mind I'd locked down. With one push, he crumbled my defenses and saw everything I'd tried to hide. Nice try, sorority witch. You're too old for me anyway. The next minutes were a blur. He used magic to lift me up, then slam me into the tree behind me. He knocked the wind out of me, and I was too busy trying to breathe again to hear what he was saying. He continued to bat me around like a cat with a mouse while I tried to call for Klaus. Didn't he ever step outside to check the parking lot? Up and down I went, bones cracking, the taste of blood in my mouth, until I was just about to pass out. My final thought was of Jameson and how I wished he could save me. Chapter 18. A stabbing pain woke me. I'd been trying to breathe deeply, but my ribs protested. I whimpered and slowly let out my breath. I heard Palmer's voice from far away. Isabella? Only one of my eyes could open, and not even all the way. I felt his warm hand on mine. Thank God you're awake. I've been here all night, not knowing what to do, and getting angrier by the minute. Grandma? I whispered through dry lips. I'll get her in a minute. She examined you last night when you and Jameson teleported into the living room. You're hurt, have more broken bones than I can count, and your broken nose has given you 2 spectacular black eyes. She stopped all the internal damage, which she said was considerable, and wants you to stay here until you heal. I tried to sit up, but all I got for my trouble were several stabbing pains, so I relaxed back into my pillows. I forced both eyes to open as much as possible so I could see him. You look terrible, I said. Why didn't you sleep? He let go of my hand and ran his fingers through his hair. Because I didn't know if you were going to live or die. Because I wanted to be here if you needed me. Because we don't leave our injured alone. As he continued to talk, his voice changed from gentle concern to exasperation. And because I wanted to talk to you first, before the rest of your family comes in. What you did was stupid. What were you thinking? You could have died in that parking lot before anyone even saw you. He stood and looked out the window. I was here, the chief and I were here at the house last night. You could have told us what you wanted to do. We could have been your backup, we could have kept you safe. He turned back to me, and his expression had changed. He wasn't concerned anymore, he was angry. Instead, you went off on your own, because you always think you know best. Irving threw you around like a rag doll, Isabella. Crime scene techs found your blood all over that tree. You should never have been there alone. I winced as I tried to sit up again. I should have taken you with me? What would you have done? Do you honestly think, given how strong he was, that you could have protected me? He'd have done the same to you. At least then he'd have been distracted and you could have gotten away, he said. I shook my head slowly, not enjoying how dizzy it made me feel. He'd have worked us both over at the same time. We thought he was weak, but we were wrong. He'd have hurt you just as much. He sat on the side of my bed. There's a reason you have the sorority, and I have an entire force. We can't do this alone. We need each other. Professionally, what you did was stupid. Personally, it was hurtful. You never have a problem calling me and asking for help. You've even co-opted Kate and Papatoni sometimes. And we all know the chief will do anything for your family, so why go it alone last night? I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. Hogwash, he snapped. I didn't want anyone to get hurt, but I would have never excluded him if I thought I needed him. He reached under his shirt, fished out the ring of protection my family made him, and held it toward me. I have this. You told me this would protect me. His voice grew quieter. I thought this made us equals. Oh, bats. That was a problem. Palmer, Don't bother, Isabella. Your actions have already spoken. I'll go get your family. He left my room, closing the door tightly. Jameson shimmered into view on my bureau. Sounds like you've botched everything. I winced again as I sat up a bit straighter in the bed. Jameson jumped onto my bed. Oh, for Bridget's sake, stop. Don't move until I heal you. He laid a paw on me and a burning, tingling heat ran through me. I'd had much smaller injuries healed when I was younger, so I was familiar with the feeling, but to have it run through my entire body? Palmer was right, Irving could have killed me if he'd kept going much longer. It took Jameson 5 full minutes to heal all my injuries, but when he was done, I could sit up with no pain. I slowly swung my legs out of the bed without a problem. I looked over at him. I can stand? Jameson yawned and closed his eyes. Healing me must have taken a lot of his energy. You can go salsa dancing for all I care. You're fully healed. Just try not to be anyone's punching bag again. I stood and grinned from ear to ear. You're amazing, Jameson. It's like nothing ever happened to me. Physically, that was true, but I'd never forget the helpless feeling of not being able to stop Irving from throwing me against that tree over and over. My clothes had been washed, folded, and set on my bureau. I looked at them, but didn't think I'd ever wear them again. I found a new sweater and pair of jeans in my bureau and changed. I didn't want to look anything like the battered woman I'd been a few minutes ago. Speaking of which, I steeled my nerve and looked in the mirror, expecting black eyes and a swollen jaw. Jameson was thorough, that's for sure. I looked just as I had yesterday before I went to the bar. Nice work, I said, scratching Jameson between the ears. He let out a small purr and woke up. Did you expect anything different? I sat next to him and continued to pat him. After our talk at the apothecary yesterday, I never expected to see you again. He yawned and rolled over so I could rub his belly. Oh, that. I slowed down time, took a month's vacation in New Zealand, and came back. My brow furrowed. Someday I'd finally know every magical power he had. You slowed down time? On New Zealand? I can't imagine the people there enjoyed your spell. He rolled over again. I didn't cast the spell over the whole island. There's one little nature preserve that no one goes to. I spent my time there. I need to take more vacations before I get burned out managing young witches. Cats get burnout? I asked. Just familiars. That's why it was so good to just be a cat for a while. Although, I did cast a few spells, nothing major while I was there. I made a mental note to check the news out of New Zealand for the next few weeks to see if anything dramatic had happened. And you're fine now? Because if you need more time, you should take it. He snorted. I took what I needed, and it's clear you need me to watch your back. The next time this happens, it might not stop when you pass out. I'm not sure you can afford me to take more time off. There was a knock at my door. Isabella, honey, can we come in? Grandma asked. I must have been in far worse shape than even I realized. Grandma wasn't one to call any of us by affectionate nicknames. Come on in, I called out. Grandma opened the door, looked at me, then Jameson. I told you not to do that, she said. I'm not going to let my witch suffer needlessly. You know she was going to get out of bed, and if I hadn't healed her, she'd have hurt herself more. Is that what you wanted? I wanted her to stay in bed for a week and think about what she'd done. I wanted her to pay some price for her actions, Grandma said heatedly. Great. She wanted me out of the action. I couldn't do that, the sorority needed me. We need to move fast. Irving used a lot of energy last night, and he'll move fast to try and get more. Isabella, are you sure? My mother asked. I nodded. I'm fine, Jameson finished healing me. Is the sorority here already, or do I need to call them? We need a real plan. Chapter 19. The sorority, along with the chief, Palmer, and the rest of the family were all downstairs. All conversation stopped when I walked into the living room. You don't look hurt at all, the chief said. Palmer leaned over and whispered in his ear. The chief's eyes went wide and he whispered, "Oh. Well, I'm glad you're better." Hope cleared her throat and everyone looked to her. The stern expression she wore told us all she wasn't putting up with squabbling, blaming, or anything else. Right. I don't care what's happened in our collective pasts. I don't care about petty jealousies or anyone's rampant insecurities. Today we work together because, if we don't capture Irving today, we'll be responsible for the deaths of 11 more people. And then 13 more every 100 years until someone finally catches him. Now that our only location we know he went to has been blown, what are we going to do? Christina asked. The chief stood and joined Hope in front of the fireplace. He looked at the roomful of witches and swallowed. This is where solid police work and some psychological profiling comes into play. We retrieved the parking lot footage from the bar and were able to get a look at him. I closed my eyes. He may not look anything like he did last night. I didn't want to shoot the chief's idea down, though, because he was already nervous. Now I know he may not look like this today, but there's no saying he won't either. He nodded to Aunt Lily, who handed us each a photo. Irving's face was half in the shadow, and he was as ugly as I remembered. "What's that coming out of his pocket?" Sasha asked. The chief smiled. "Good eye. It's a lanyard for the Portsmouth School District. Every teacher has an ID that lets them into the building and into their classroom. We think he's working in a school, looking for more victims." My heart skipped a beat. Last night he said I was too old for him, maybe he's moving on to younger prospects. But how young? Anna asked. Grandma had the answer to her question. We teach our girls young because they need to know what not to do with their magic. Normal children, though, need to be in their teens to have the focus they need to be a proxy. Anyone younger will be thinking about too many different things all at once. We need to look at the high schools first. If we can't find him, maybe the middle schools. It made perfect sense to me. He wanted someone younger, and it was so easy to manipulate teens by dangling what they most wanted in front of them. Maybe in an after-school group, where he could pick and choose who he wanted to join. I shivered. School should never be this dangerous. There are 2 high schools and 3 middle schools. We can cover them all if we break up into groups of 3, Hope said. Isabella, Detective Palmer, and Michelle will go to South Bay High School. Chief Dobbins, Thea, and Lily will go to North Bay. Esther, Delia, and Nadia will go to Central Middle School. Helen, Claire, and Christina will go to Piscataqua Middle School, and Anna, Sasha, and I will go to Elm Street School. As soon as you find him, send a message, and we'll converge on your location, the chief said. Lily tells me it's best to use cell phones instead of telepathy, just in case. I smiled at the chief. For a man who could barely even say the word which a year ago, he was doing a great job handling everything today. You will all disguise yourself as police officers, doing an unscheduled safety check. My office will back you up if anyone calls to check. He stood a little straighter and scanned us. This is a one-time deal, ladies. You are never to impersonate an officer of the law again, not without my express permission. Is that clear? We all nodded, a few of us more reluctantly than others. What if he's using a glamour? Delia asked. I'm not sure anyone in my group will be able to see through it. Grandma frowned. Exactly what are you trying to say about me? Delia's eyes widened. Esther can easily see through a glamour, but this brings up a good point. Thea, Delia, and Isabella will take their cats. They'll be able to see through any glamour he puts up. The rest of us should be able to do it on our own, Hope said. Good luck and stay safe, everyone, the chief said. Grandma rolled her eyes. I thought you Law and Order types said good hunting, or something like that. Chief Dobbins grinned at her. I didn't think you needed luck with hunting. Got that right, Grandma muttered as she teleported away with Delia, Jules, and Aunt Nadia. The other 2 which only groups teleported, leaving my group and Thea's. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to drive, the chief said. Aunt Lily smiled at him. Teleporting doesn't hurt, but, if that's what you want, we should get moving. How about you? I asked Palmer. Drive or teleport? He shuddered. The only time I teleported was when I was kidnapped. I'd rather drive. And there's something I'd like to talk to you about, once we're done. Once at the school, my mother and I cast glamours over ourselves. I chose to look like Kate, and my mother chose a tall burly man in the uniform of a beat cop. I'll wait here, in case he tries to get away, my mother said with a man's voice. What about you? I asked Jameson. We can't bring a cat into the school. You could be Papa Tony's. Jameson shook his head. He jumped on my shoulder and turned into a spider. I hate taking human form. Right. Just don't crawl around on my neck, I'd hate to squish you accidentally, I said. We got out of Palmer's cruiser and walked to the door. My mother stayed outside, while the rest of us went directly to the main office. Palmer flashed his badge at the student working the desk. I'm not allowed to let anyone in. Let me get Mrs. Sienna. She can help you, the nervous girl said before she rushed off to the inner offices. Mrs. Sienna slowly walked out of her office, toward us. Her black polyester suit said that even though she wasn't well paid, she was in charge here. No one told us about any police coming today. Is there a problem? No, ma'am. Officer Stanton and I are performing a surprise safety check. You'll find we're authorized to do this 3 times per year. The chief decided we were inspecting all the high schools and middle schools today. You can call and check, they'll confirm our plans. She eyed us suspiciously. Wait here a moment. She walked back to her office, but didn't bother to close her door. We could hear her complaining to someone over the phone about how she didn't have time to escort us around the building. When she returned, she handed Palmer an orange badge. This will get you into every room in the school. Try not to disturb the classes and return the pass only to me once you're done. Thank you, ma'am, was all Palmer said before we left the office to search for our serial killer. I followed Palmer down the hall toward the English department. Before we reached the first door, the bell rang and students came streaming out of classrooms, shouting and laughing in their few minutes of freedom. Rather than fight our way through students, we stood against the wall and watched. I forgot how chaotic it is when the bell rings, he said barely loud enough for me to hear him. I nodded. It was just as bad now as it was when I'd graduated. Kate! Kate! Palmer nudged me. Kate, someone is calling your name. I looked around and saw a teacher in a tweed jacket waving to me. I smiled at him and waved back. I'm not sure who that is. The teacher was making his way across the now less crowded hallway. The bell rang again and the last of the students disappeared into classrooms. Doors closed and automatically locked, echoing down the quiet hallways. Kate, how nice to see you again. I smiled at the man. So good to see you, too. Mr. Tanner, Jameson told me. Mr. Tanner. Still keeping everyone in line here? Not as much as I ought to, but, you know me, freedom of expression is more important than anything else. I felt like a heel for pretending to be Kate to this man. I'd like you to meet my partner, Detective Palmer. The 2 men shook hands. I'm sorry we can't stay, we're inspecting the building and are on a tight schedule, Palmer said. Mr. Tanner's smile slipped. Is anything wrong? No, it's just a new initiative by the school board. Check early, check often, I said. Mr. Tanner wasn't happy with this answer. I'm quite surprised at you, Kate. I didn't expect you'd throw your life away like this. What about your writing? Tell me you haven't given that up. Oh, Bridget, now I was in big trouble. I do what I can, but work keeps me busy. We'll let you get back to your classroom now. It was nice seeing you again. Palmer and I walked off quickly, before I had to reply to any more questions I didn't know the answers to. Was that him? I whispered to Jameson. No. I shook my head so Palmer could see. I was relieved. This man cared for Kate, even after she'd been out of school for years, and, if Irving was impersonating him, that would likely mean the real Mr. Tanner was dead. We walked the halls, opening doors to each classroom and peering in. At each door, Palmer flashed his badge and said, "Routine inspection." "Everything's fine here." And at every room, Jameson said the teacher wasn't Irving. I started getting phone calls from the other groups, telling us they hadn't found him. Palmer handed the master key back in at the office, and we met my mother outside. "It looks like no one found him," I said. Jameson jumped off my shoulder and transformed into a cat before he landed. "Not true. He's the French teacher." "What? Why didn't you tell me?" "We could have at least removed him from the classroom," I said. Jameson continued talking. Between healing me this morning and all the talking now, he was going to need another vacation soon. If we tip him off, he'll run. His glamour is barely holding together, and he's got to find new victims today. He must have spent a lot of energy on you last night. He's not going anywhere until he gets more life energy. Chapter 20. My mother called the other groups, and we met in the parking lot, away from Irving's classroom. "It's the last period of the day, so we need to move fast," Hope instructed. "Chief Dobbins, you speak to the principal. Tell her to cancel all student activities and all students are to leave the building immediately. All teachers must stay in their rooms to meet individually with health and safety officers. We'll release teachers as quickly as possible, then we'll confront Irving. She'll ask me why, and it will go better if I give her a reason," he said. "Tell her Palmer found several code violations, and the school is in danger of being shut down until they're addressed. She'll do whatever you tell her to. Once you make sure the office staff is out of the building, I want you to stay outside, too, just in case anyone comes to investigate what's going on. You can make them go away." "You sure this is going to work?" "I've got plenty of officers, and we could take this guy by force if we needed to," the chief said. Aunt Lily put her hand on his shoulder. "We talked about this. The witches need to take care of this. Your officers would never walk back out of the building." He looked like he wanted to say more, but didn't. Once he walked off, Hope continued outlining our plan. "Good. The sorority is going to draw a circle around the school. Jessamine and Jules, you'll close it after the buses drive away and we're all inside it. You'll stay outside the circle in case we need you to break it. Everyone else, make sure you're inside the circle." "What room was Irving in?" Hope asked. 111, Jameson told me. 111, I said. "Okay. We'll work our way through the school, releasing teachers and making them go home. Once we're done, we meet in room 120. We'll approach him together, slowly building an entrapment spell around him," Hope said. We all nodded and got to work. Our circle may have been more of an oval, but it was the strongest circle I'd ever seen. I felt confident Irving wouldn't be able to escape. The bell rang and the students sauntered out of the building. So much for the instructions to leave quickly. Some lay on the front lawn, but Palmer flashed his badge and told them they all needed to go immediately. Once he ramped up his scowl, they finally left. We made our way through the school, quickly releasing the teachers and promising there was nothing wrong in their rooms. The chief escorted the office staff out of the building and, once they were out of our circle, we were ready to go. "Close the circle," Hope said. I felt the magic in the air as it snapped shut. I think even Palmer did, because he looked out the window at the kittens, who had closed it. I felt Grandma and Hope begin to weave an entrapment spell at each end of the hallway. It was strong but flexible, so Irving could try to break it, but it would only bend. Anna and Sasha built a different entrapment spell to the left of room 111's door. Their spell was hard, almost like stone. Irving would need to use a lot of energy to break through it. Christina, Claire, and Helen built another entrapment spell to the right of the door. Theirs was like quicksand. The more anyone struggled with it, the more they would become trapped. These spells needed to be held in place, so they would not be coming with us to capture Irving. This left the aunts, my cousins, Palmer, Jameson, and me to confront the man who may have been the most evil witch in the world. Suddenly, I was nervous. What if we screwed this up? I didn't even know what I should be doing once we got into the room. My mother leaned over to me. "Let us handle it, you girls are backup. Jameson can tell you what to do if we need you." "What about Palmer?" I whispered back. She turned to him. "Stay out here. There's nothing you can do to capture him." He scowled at her back as she ran her hand over the keypad and unlocked the door. I'd have to get her to show me that spell someday. She opened the door, and we heard him laughing. "Come in, little Isabella. Didn't you get enough of me last night?" I guess it always has taken the Proctor women more time than most to learn their lesson. I walked in behind the aunts, terrified of what he might do to me today. Thea grasped my right hand and Delia took my left. "Fear is the mind killer," Delia whispered. I squeezed my cousin's hands and straightened my shoulders. I'd survived the worst he could throw at me last night. He was weaker today, but I was stronger because I had my family, my sorority, and the man I loved with me. I could feel Irving's magical strength was almost completely gone. I looked at him, and the last of his glamour faded. He was so frail and emaciated that he could barely stand on his own. "It's over, Irving. Don't waste your energy fighting us. It doesn't look like you have much left." He started to laugh, but began to cough instead. Once he caught his breath, he reached behind the desk he was leaning on and pulled a small girl from behind it. He held her close to him even though she didn't struggle. "This is Amanda. She's a first year and wants to work at the United Nations. Isn't that nice?" Amanda has been taking extra lessons from me and has learned some rather special words. I didn't like where this was going. Spells didn't need to be spoken in English, and if he taught her the spell the coven used the night Emma died, we could all be in danger. She also thinks I'm her long-lost grandfather, come to watch over her in school, because her parents wouldn't let her see me. Not true, of course, but we improvise where we must. Amanda tried to squirm out of his grip. "You're not my grandpa," she yelled, but he held tight. "Go ahead, tell them what you've learned. Say it just like we practiced." She shook her head. He grabbed her hair and pulled it. "Do as I say, girl." She began to speak, but Aunt Lily cast a spell that sealed her mouth shut. Where were the aunts learning these spells? Picking locks, silencing an opponent, this was battle magic. Grandma taught us we never used these kinds of spells, and we never even talked about them. Irving threw Amanda to the ground, but Aunt Nadia cast a spell to cushion her fall. That was the kind of magic we were supposed to use. My family was going to answer a lot of questions once we got out of here. In the meantime, I looked to Jameson. He shook his head, nothing for me to do yet. Before Irving could cast a spell, my mother released a blast of wind that knocked Irving into the chair behind him. Aunt Lily bound him there while Aunt Nadia ran to pick up Amanda. She passed her hand across the girl's face, releasing the spell. "Shoo," Aunt Nadia said. "Come with me and I'll bring you to someone who can keep you safe." She walked Amanda out of the room. I could hear her telling everyone they could drop their spells and join us. Everyone but Palmer joined us, and I assumed he'd make sure the girl got home safely. Irving struggled against the bonds that held him to the chair, muttering spells that, if he had any strength, would have broken them. Grandma and Hope added more spells to hold him, and then we just watched him thrash and yell until he ran out of strength. I looked to Jameson. He can't escape now, can he? No. He might try, but he's too weak. Palmer walked into the room and scowled at Irving. Doesn't look like much, does he? At that point, he tried to talk his way out of the spells. You can't blame me, he said as his breathing grew more regular. We all want to live, don't we? And when our time comes, we fight for one more day, one more breath, one more moment of life. It's not my fault I can fight harder than anyone else, is it? That's not for us to say. You'll stand trial in Sewell, Hope said. A jury of your peers will decide what's your fault. Irving's eyes went wide, and he found Palmer in the crowd. Don't let them take me there. They can't possibly have jurisdiction over what happens here. I want a trial in Portsmouth. Palmer shook his head. You're not going free just because most people don't believe in magic. He looked to Hope. You can take him whenever you want. Hope and Irving vanished, and so did the rest of the sorority. My family left next, then Jameson, leaving Palmer and me alone. Chapter 21. Palmer and I were left alone. I'd like to drive you home, he said. I could tell we were going to have the talk he said we needed to have on the drive. I was exhausted and didn't want to argue about what I should or shouldn't be doing with the sorority, or on my own. Okay, but I don't want to talk about how disappointed you are with me. I'm fine, you're fine, we're all safe, and Irving should be going to prison for a very long time. It all worked out. We climbed into his car and he started to drive. Your apartment or the house? He asked. The house. I've got to talk to the coven. I want to monitor their symptoms to see if they fade on their own. I didn't think they would, but I wanted an excuse to keep an eye on them to make sure they didn't try something like this again. He turned left and we drove in silence. By the time we got back to Proctor House, I'd dreamed up a dozen things he wanted to say to me that he couldn't until we had arrived. None of them were good. He pulled into the driveway and parked. I resisted the urge to jump out of the car and avoid the entire conversation. Instead, I turned to him. Okay, get it off your chest. What do you need to say to me? Without preamble, he said, I can't see you anymore. I didn't know what to say. Sure, he'd been angry with me this morning, but not this angry. Not breaking up angry. I don't understand, was all I could say. He looked down at the steering wheel. I can't keep worrying about you like this. The way you threw yourself into danger last night was too much. You had no plan, no backup, and no real chance of success. For the life of me, I can't imagine why he let you live. He turned to look at me, and tears spilled out of his eyes. You don't know what it's like, going to a crime scene and wondering if your girlfriend is going to be the victim. Wondering if this is finally the time she took on someone too strong. I put my hand on his, but he moved it away. It's too much. My colleagues put themselves in dangerous situations because they have to, it's their job. I can't watch you do it, too, not when you don't need to. I need some part of my life where I don't worry about people being in mortal danger. And how do you think I feel? Every day you could be in danger from your job. Even on days you're not working, someone could decide it was time to get rid of you. I wake up with that dread every single morning. But have I complained? No. Have I demanded you quit your job? No. And do you know why? I didn't know you worried about me, he said quietly. I was astonished. You don't think I worry? I do. But I don't tell you how much I worry, and I don't demand you quit your job, for one simple reason. I respect your choices. You chose your job, and I have to accept that if I want a relationship with you. I didn't choose the sorority as much as it was thrust on me, but I'd never give it up now. I took a deep breath. And a person who respected me would never ask me to. Palmer reached beneath his shirt and took out the necklace that held his protection amulet. You should take this back. I held my hand up. No. Keep it for now. Enough of the fraternity knows we've worked together that you still need the protection. I'll talk to the aunts about making you a new one, though, so I can take back my father's wedding ring. He nodded. Thank you. This isn't how I expected we'd end up, you know. Until I saw you last night, bruised and broken, I thought we'd be together for a very long time. I opened the car door. Yeah, me too. I may have slammed the door harder than necessary, but by the time I got to the kitchen door, I'd already calmed down. If he couldn't cope with my work in the sorority, he wasn't the right man for me. It was better to know that now, before things got too serious. Marriage didn't usually work out for the women in my family, anyway. The end. This has been about Thyme, an Isabella Proctor cozy paranormal mystery. Book 8. Copyright 2023 by Leighann Bouchard. Production copyright by Leighann Bouchard.